Hei kaikille ja tervetuloa Eurooppa-foorumin toiseen päivään täällä Turussa ja tänä verkossa. Muistutuksena yleisölle, että kaikki ohjelmat striimataan suoraan verkkoon ja täältä päivältä myös Yle Areena. Tulkkaus englantiin tapahtuu Interprify-sovelluksen kautta ja päivien keskusteluun voi osallistua chatissa, johon pääsette lukemalla näin näkyvän QR-koodin. Hi everyone and welcome to the main stage. Let's start with a few reminders. So all programs are live streamed and interpreted in English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprify app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you can access the conversation through the QR code on the screen. Nyt siirrän puheenvuoron päivän ensimmäisen ohjelmanumeron merkeissä.
I will now give the floor to Business Turku CEO Minna Arve. The floor is yours.
Hyvää huomenta, arvoisat Eurooppa-foorumin
Good
osallistujat.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Some have
hallille tai salille puhua, mutta onneksi
woken up early this morning and that online will have people running to the event. Warm welcome to Turku and Europe Forum. I want to approach the theme through one person's story, how someone can become bigger than their size to the world. And I'd like to present you a story of a doctor. 1978, began in the pharmaceutical business in Finland, and business was facing major transition and challenges the patent system. And the question was whether we could develop our own medicines. Without belief in his idea, he was developing companies, developing new pharmaceuticals and new kind of know-how in Finland. He moved from being researcher to the pharma industry, and they developed solutions also to female health problems. This story tells something about Finland and Turku well. Today, 21 out of 23 niche medicines have been developed here in Turku, and half of the pharmaceutical diagnostic companies operate in Turku. And a big part of our pharma exports from Turku was believing in people, companies, and believing in know-how for decades. And for this reason, it's important to believe in industrial specialization. We have to identify the areas we can be world class and dare to centralize capital, know-how, and political attention to that. We can't add from risk of how he saw one potential on developing medicines to female health problems. I believe that he would have believed in that. We have to make a bold choice and concentrate women's health. From the point of view of competitiveness and productivity, women spend a quarter of their life in ill health. Men, we have diseases that are diagnosed insufficiently, and we know too little about these health problems. It has a great economic price tag. You can see it by lost capacity, lost work potential, and then a figure that should stop everyone. 6%. 6% is the share of private sector investments into womenly female health, which represent half of the world population. The global market is big and it's growing, and at the same time we have health problems to which we do not have sufficient solutions. Well, why Finland? 3 points as tradition. The first is data. We have an exceptional combination by banks, databases, and population level health information. The second point is trust. Finns are prepared to provide their information and data for research purposes, where we have connections, we can share data. Then the third is know-how, diagnostics, imaging, biobanks, and clinical trials. They're here present. We don't have to start from zero. Although international attention toward Finland is something we have here in business, very topical information. We have launched the Acceleration Act, and at the same time we launched this project, we started the flooded projects from US, Australia, the Arab Emirates, France, Britain, and we have such a load of these applications that we have the opportunity to choose the best one to participate in the first cohort. We're now looking for the place where the new era of innovation can be born. We have an opportunity here in Finland to provide the basis for this, but doesn't spell for success immediately. We'll continue on this question with the panel. What makes a difference between industrial specialization, creating international growth, from something that remains local? We're short of research, but too many research results remain just words on paper before their real growth potential can be executed. We need the ability to make choices, centralize resources, build big entities. We know that long-term specialization works. In Turku, we experience this, and we're heading towards a new opportunity now. The question is, are we bold enough to take it ambitiously enough and make it a success? Welcome to today's Europe Forum. Thank you.
Kiitos Minna. Hyvää huomenta kaikille. Mun nimi on Tapani Mylly ja isännöin.
My name is Tapani Mylly. I'm hosting this morning session. Let's move directly to matter. We have a lot of experts here on stage today, and we are looking at same issue from different angles. Looking into industrialization and industrial specialization. First, we have Heli Koski here on stage. She's the research director at Etla since 2019 and is leading the International Trade and Innovation Program, where companies' competitiveness and productivity growth is being looked at. Heli Koski is also the chair of the expert panel, and she's been looking into Finland's dependency on China and US and what are Finland's competitiveness factor. And now she's looking into the factors that are affecting Finland's competitiveness on a global scale in global economy. Koski, the stage is yours. Thank you very much and good morning everyone. It's good to be here. And as Tapani told you, I'll talk about industrialization, industrial specialization and innovation. So what is important here is where these companies invest in their DI activities. That tells us a lot where they believe growth comes from and where revenue is created. And here if we look at this angle, investments are channeled to different fields and they'll be create a specialization areas. So I have 3 key points here. Where are investments going? First of all, Minna had a very good micro example. It's really a grassroots level example of what kind of innovation activities are there in Finland, especially medicine, medical research. So I'm looking at this from a wider angle. What does the world look like in global scale and where are investments going to at the moment? And at the same time, how Europe is faring in this framework compared to other leading economies in the world. On the other hand, I will also look into how can analyze on the basis of statistics how Finland technological specialization has changed over the years. And my third point, very important one, is, well, now that we are talking about closing borders in Europe and technological autonomy is considered very important. We are closing borders, turning inwards. So this affects also the innovation environment. So many good objectives can be achieved, for example, in terms of security, but it also comes with a cost. And this theme is very important, if you ask me. It has to be taken into account. What are costs involved in turning inwards? Of course, I cannot go to regulation in detail, but there are some factors there. So looking into innovations and what are the focal points of investments at the moment. So what are the key geographical areas and this innovation activity is placed in this framework. So this is a very illustrative image of the 2,000 biggest investors in the world and their share in companies' RDI funding in different areas. So there are different years, as you can see. So 2,000 companies are here. So that is only 2,000. What does it tell us? But these 2,000 companies tell us quite a lot because their RDI activities cover 90% of global RDI activities, and therefore this image is very telling. And here we can see the US dominance very clearly. So US has been already for the past 10 years representing more than 1/3 of global RDI activities. Now it's still very big. Of course, the data giants, Apple, Amazon, Meta, they are putting a lot of money in innovations and RDI, and they affect the US share. And here also we can see China rising. It's been only 6% in 2023. Now it's, not 20% yet, but 17%, however. So Europe, unfortunately, is lagging behind a little bit. So our focus is moving to US and China. So we are shrinking compared to other countries and areas in the world. Well, it's not... it doesn't mean that RDI activities are less nowadays, but now this image tells us clearly that Europe is lagging behind compared to US and China. Now, looking into different fields where investments go to. So what fields do these companies believe in? So ICT has been strong very traditionally already in 2013, and its share has increased by 10% over the 10-year period that I'm looking at. And all this comes from ICT services. Another important field is medicines and biotechnology. It's been fairly stable, however, approximately 20%. And then we also have other fields which are much smaller. Technology fields, automotive industry, 13%, and then less than 10% are the following fields and sectors. So here we have a clear picture of what's going on in the world in terms of investments and innovations, and this tells us how important digital services are in global RDI activities. And here we have a picture of ICT split into different categories, and here we can see how RDI activities have risen between 2013 and 2023. In digital services, it has increased by fivefold. And if we remove the digital services from here, we can see differences between different fields. So let's say semiconductors is also an important field. So it is an important growth. And here, I don't go into details here because there's a mistake in these images. And now it's a very important growth sector. And if we take a look at the ICT field in Finland, we've been traditionally quite good at it. So how have our technological and economic strengths changed over the years? And here's an image from 2019. I took it from TWA terminal at JFK Airport, designed by Eero Saarinen. And it is a very important example of a niche area architecture, so very beautiful architectural building, and it is related to a big transformation in aviation and air traffic, and silent knowledge was transferred very effectively between experts. So when this terminal was opened in 1962, and now it's been reopened as a hotel. So if you ever go to New York, it's worth visiting this place. So looking into the bigger picture, Finland's specialization, if we think about the strongholds of Finnish economy, forestry, machinery, well, they've been traditionally the strong parts of the Finnish economy up until 1990s when Nokia came. So Nokia's mobile cluster has been the most important of the Finnish technological specialization fields. It's been really significant. Nokia's role was massive in its peak years in mid-90s. So its share of Finnish GDP was exceptional. And all the cluster around Nokia and the RDI network around the company. So this changed Finland's specialization in a dramatic way. Our RDI know-how developed exports were centered around ICT cluster in mid-90s. And for once, we were involved in global technological shift, and we were pioneers. Everybody was following Nokia. Nokia was leading the way in mid-90s during Nokia's peak years. Looking at some statistics here, so OECD in its country report a few years ago said that Finland's ICT sector is still too centralized. We should have a more fragmented sector and not so centralized. Well, ICT is still dominating and its RDI basis is now more diverse than what it used to be. ICT represented approximately half of all RDI activities just a few years ago, and now it's only a bit more than a quarter. And then we have other sectors, of course, they are on the rise, and these are absolute figures. So real RDI funding has increased in recent years. So ICT is shrinking a little bit compared to other sectors. Well, looking at this from another perspective, looking at how investments and RDI activities are seen compared to reference countries. Well, here's another illustration of all investments compared to GDP in 2023, and then our key reference countries. So we are not investing less than reference countries if you look at this illustration, but where we invest in, that is different from our reference countries. So our investments are clearly directed in properties, in immovable property, and we know that these sectors are not the most productive ones. Data, software, digital services, other digital technologies, so their share of all investments in Finland is less than before. So here is an explanation of 1 year, and it's been less than in our reference countries, with the exception of Germany. So in that sense, so what does it mean in practice for our industrial specialization and for companies, for exports? Well, this is not directly visible in what is the share of exports in high technology products. In ICT and or the collapse of ICT and Nokia cluster is clearly visible in this illustration. Before the financial crisis, if we took a look at the high technology products and their share of exports, it was higher than in Europe on average, and now it has come down significantly. So this raises a question, what are we exporting from Finland? Are we going to a direction that we are producing products which are not wanted on global markets or products that do not have high added value, and how our industrial production has changed from high added value products towards less valued products. So this raises a question whether we have invested in wrong sectors and where are we heading to? Well, these images and these illustrations are not very positive to Finland, but I wouldn't be that pessimistic. We do have a very strong industrial and technological engineering knowledge base. We are conducting high quality RDI activities, quantum technology, materials development. We have so many different promising sectors, and we cannot know now what will develop into more high quality export sector. We do have potential, however. So what I'm asking myself in terms of Finland's industrial specialization is the innovation environment. How does it look like in Finland? In companies, the innovation environment has changed in recent years. It doesn't necessarily, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, it doesn't necessarily work properly. It can have a negative effect on innovation activities. Our regulatory framework is quite burdensome, and of course the geopolitical challenges, thinking of China and US, so this also creates challenges to many companies and their innovation activities, although we don't think about it very often. So my question is, we know on the basis of economic research that in the Nordic countries, most technologies that are used in production, in industrial production, come from outside of Europe. 90%, even in the US, 60% of key technologies come from abroad. So we are all very dependent on other countries. We do our own RDI activities, but in that framework, we are still very dependent on other suppliers from other countries. All players are still strongly dependent on other countries. And the question is, how can we secure our own innovations and own production, that we still have access to global knowledge and know-how? So this image tells us how dependent we are. So share of US patent authorities and the patent applications 2012 to 2021, and the share of foreign players or foreign experts in these patent applications. In ICT, 63%, so 63% of patent applications involved foreign experts, and 1/4 had also other nationalities involved, less in other sectors. The innovation networks in Finland, in those companies that are putting investments in RDI, so foreign experts are clearly visible in these RDI networks, and the innovations do not develop in Finnish companies alone. They need foreign expertise, and innovations are not created and generated in a vacuum. They need international know-how. So it's about free movement of knowledge, and also regulation is a key factor. Regulation is heavily involved in medicine RDI activities, and we are always introducing new regulations. For example, we are improving data security, privacy of private consumers. It has a price on the other side of the innovation framework. So For example, in medicine, clinical research needs consumers' data, and this research is now more difficult in Europe than what it is in the US, where data protection rules are not so tight. And it has also increased costs in Europe. And there's been a lot of research conducted in Finland that strict privacy rules in Finland have negatively affected European medicines companies. They cannot do research that well anymore, especially in those smaller companies that do not have global networks where they could conduct their research outside of Europe and in that way benefit from less regulation in countries outside of Europe. And another explanation here, well, this is not direct evidence on GDPR, but it is somewhat worrying. Looking at commercial clinical medical research on a global scale, when GDPR entered into force in 2012, the share of European medicines research quickly became smaller on a global scale. If you look at research, not economic research on that field, the GDPR is clearly highlighted as a reason for making the research environment for medicine research in Finland, in Europe, more difficult. And China is on the rise. China's share was 5%, and suddenly it's almost 20% by now, due to less regulation. So these are development steps that are quite telling. So when we are thinking about putting new regulation in place in Europe, we should think about the wider framework, especially in RDI. How does it affect our competitiveness compared to other countries in the field of research? Of course, we need to protect consumers' privacy and so on, but there should be some balance here. And also geopolitical tensions, they do affect companies' RDI activities and innovative environments in companies. So approximately 2018, it started the trade war between China and US and all the tariffs and duties that US had put in place in recent years. And of course, in Europe, we are benefiting from Europe's 5G toolbox, where Europe is putting more regulations on high-risk suppliers. And here we are often talking about geopolitical tensions, and we think that, of course, it will affect trade rules, trade routes and value chains. And then if you think about Finland, well, also in other countries, I haven't looked into this. So there are companies that are widely networked and they conduct research with other players in the world. For example, Finnish companies conduct research with European companies, but also with their Chinese and American counterparts. So regulation does have an impact in research. And here on this slide, the research results that I've gathered here, I've done some analysis here on patent applications, and on these applications you can see where these inventors are. And here you can clearly see the borders between different trade blocs, China, US and Europe. So collaboration between innovators has diminished in these three blocs, especially after 2018. Before those years, these innovators were heavily networked and worked in collaboration. And now, especially in China, they are turning inwards. They do not want to collaborate anymore with other countries, but they haven't. They've actually become stronger. In China, they are investing a lot in universities, in big companies, in RDI activities, and big Chinese companies have increased their collaboration with Chinese universities, with other Chinese big companies, and especially they are benefiting from Chinese experts who have studied abroad. So China is doing very well at the moment. They are really benefiting from the best parts of global research, attracting innovators from other countries as well. And Chinese research quality has increased significantly. And at the same time, US and European research has come down somewhat. So the problem here is that, well, so what is the problem here? So Finland is a small open economy. We cannot produce everything ourselves. Well, there are very few countries in the world which could produce everything on their own. So we need a lot of products and services from other countries. And when we develop our own technologies, we need components and raw materials from outside. So we do need international RDI activities and networks that companies, of course, already have, that we can benefit from knowledge and innovations and information from all over the world. Of course, we can use artificial intelligence for many activities, but very often human silent knowledge is something that you cannot transfer that easily. So it's not easy to transfer that kind of knowledge online. Face-to-face connections are always better when aiming at transferring silent knowledge. So what does it mean for policymakers? We have a lot of policy actions now, and policymakers are constantly thinking what to do in a changing world. Sovereignty, autonomy are considered important, but of course it comes with a cost. They will affect international exchange of information, and if we are turning inwards very importantly, then we may risk extensive information and extensive RDI networks. So if we take political decision, we should always analyze the possible impacts. In conclusion, openness is key for small open economies such as Finland. Openness is one of the key factors for Finland's competitiveness. We should somehow be able to combine global knowledge and technology to our own strengths, and we should regulate in a way that this becomes possible. Of course, at the same time, we have to secure some elements of technological sovereignty and security. Thank you.
Kiitos, Heli. Seuraavaksi siirrytään EU-kauppapolitiikkaan.
Thank you, Heli. Next, we will move over to EU trade policy. Timo Vuori is the director responsible for international trade and trade policy at the Confederation of Finnish Industries, and he has looked at the EU-Mercosur trade agreements coming into life, and he will now look at what these free trade agreements mean. Welcome, Timo Vuori. Thank you. Good morning, Europe. Good morning, Turku. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. When I was in elementary school and I took the part of the dwarf Nippe, I had the scant wish to hit the main stage as an adult. Now it happened. Thank you, Minna Arve. I look at these issues from a wider perspective and then close on and concentrate on Finland. We'll start by a preamble, the global economy change, what happened, why are these trade agreements done, how do they affect Finnish supply chains and businesses. Then we look at the significance of these pacts, and then we conclude on seeing whether we have hope or are we losers and dropouts, and what is the big picture like. Let's first begin with the current situation. The picture says a lot. We have a president in the United States setting tariffs and says that he wants investments into the US, jobs, etc. Well, research shows that this hasn't happened and won't happen. The same goes for his first term. Pharmaceuticals, of course, have been threatened by high tariffs, and there have been threats to European pharmaceuticals, and tariffs would be set. But as we know, the companies don't move their production from country A to country B. They can ramp up more production, but they have economic views on where it's worthy to produce, manufacture things, where not. Tariffs concern pharmaceutical business, but many other businesses as well. It's good to try to resuscitate the basic industry in US. They live in a world of ICT and service sector. Then we have China. The domestic market growth is non-existent. Then therefore they want to export, and they come into European and international markets. And many businesses say that they compete with the Chinese, and sometimes it's impossible to win because they can dump with lower prices products to the European markets. And then we have Europe trying to fare in the competition. If everyone opens markets and competes, well, economy has become part of security and competition, and everyone tries to win the game and concentrate on the security aspect, and there's slowdowns in the supply chains. But the markets, generally speaking, are pretty open at the moment. Another thing that impacts the situation a lot is that economic growth comes from Asia, and it's not China alone. And we have to remember that as Finland, we are very Europe dependent on investments, export, import, everything. If Europe grows slowly, we suffer. Therefore, we have to consider how can we utilize Asian economic growth in some way. But as Heli said, on the dependencies and risks and doing away with these, China has a significant part of global production, and they have access to, and they have resources of rare metals, rare minerals, which we need in pharmaceuticals, ICT, and others. And China started to put tariffs on and stop the flow of these minerals and these resources towards Europe by different obstacles. And dependency on foreign trade in the US, their market dynamic is so strong internally that they can play around with the tariffs, but European markets are more dependent. And in the US, they have capital, they have assets, so they have many strengths. Then we have Europe, we have the internal market, which almost function, and we are an interesting consumer business. We have a lot of know-how, But we have faced challenges. We believe that when we have global rules here and we can give the rules to everyone else and they adopt them, but they don't. They criticize us. They criticize our rules, and we have to consider whether our market model and our rules and our way of operation are they correct, or do we have to look for competitive advantage somewhere else? Then we have the vulnerabilities, which are linked to China and US and others, critical raw materials, semiconductors, etc. When we have the obstacles to international trade, the more they concern this list of things, they can be felt in our value chains, in our supply chains, and in our businesses, because overnight we cannot start extracting the minerals which are extracted in China or somewhere else at the moment. It takes time to find alternatives to these raw materials or these minerals, not to talk about AI or cloud. It's on the one hand good that Europe is waking up at the moment. We should do something and consider what we can do ourselves and how we can keep up in the competition with the big players. Companies screen these matters, the things that are changing the value chains, and these issues have been politicized. Chinese have standards, patents, and a search for a competitive edge there. Then we look at investments, who can invest and where. We can stop certain sensible investments at certain points, but many things influence the business environment and value chains of companies, and companies have to consider constantly how to develop their value chain. This can also be seen in the goods flows of, globally speaking, the high tariffs that have been drawn back somewhat, but the US high tariff, and therefore the Chinese goods try to flow more strongly into Europe. EU has been doing quite well in its international trade relations, although US is hindering this somewhat and the Chinese are favoring their own production. Legislation, if it favors local products, then if we look at the Indian market, we have a trade agreement there and maybe it's opening up more. But then if we talk about high quality pharmaceutical products, India is not an attractive market currently. This is things that companies have to consider, and it can be seen in their value chain. From 2023, we have conducted an export barometer at our organization. Do you believe in exports? What matters influence that domestically? And then what about tariffs and customs duties? Decentralizing delivery chains or supply chains, this has been influenced by the sanctions to Russia, the COVID crisis, etc., and other risks. At the same time, we had high inventories, which is against all business rules, but companies have to consider constantly their value chains and how to change them. Decentralization is one part of this process. So that was the introduction. Then the main part of my speech, EU trade policy and the trade agreements. But I'll take the freedom to extend my perspective because everything depends on everything, as Heli so well said. EU has means to influence things. Trade agreements is one means of influence. And it's good to talk about strategic strategic partnerships. US is quite a difficult partner, China as well, and we have to try to get along with them anyway. But then we have to look at different strategic partnerships. That's why we do these trade agreements, trade pacts. With these we can reduce tariffs, we can access public procurement, etc. And that's why EU has done these deals pretty actively in the recent times. There was a change. We used to say that, well, this is our agreement model, because we're so good, just accept it. Now that we notice that not everyone agrees with our template, then we have to make compromises. We have done deals on digital trade, critical raw materials, minerals, etc. Their impact will then affect companies, and predictability in trade relations will increase, and that will then also support our value chains and make it easier to decentralize them. We have the EU internal market. They're not perfect. They don't function everywhere. We still have some hindrances in these relations, and we need sensibilization of these and uniformization of rules. Economic resilience is something that is a hot topic currently. Europe has supply chains. If one supply chain is frozen for a reason or another, then we can get goods and services from elsewhere, as during the COVID time. The economic resilience also is related to certain regulation of markets. We protect certain things, and there are restrictions to companies. For example, steel tariffs is one question. Then we have the CBAM, so we take the climatic element into consideration as well. And EU is considering how to, on the one hand, protect our own markets and have equal competition on the other hand. The Commission will present a proposal this autumn on the decentralization of value change and how this is done through the rules-based system. And I fear that we can maybe just be too quick there. We have to know how to decentralize and de-risk these value change. But if we want to exclude some countries from these change, then that's another thing, but that could have other negative impacts. As Heli said, we sometimes forget the big picture and the trends there, and that could be negative. We want to promote industrial competition and competitiveness, how to get manufacturing industry back into Europe, so that it would be 20% in 2035, and that would be accelerating investments and other things that EU tries to encourage companies to achieve. So this is the EU puzzle we're looking at, and trade policy plays an important role there. EU has done trade agreements for a long while already. Trade policy is related to EU competence, so Finland alone cannot make a tariff agreement with US bilateral, but we can have bilateral agreements on, for example, pharmaceutical, technological cooperation, or icebreakers or something like that. But when we have investments, imports, exports, then we have to have EU-level agreements. We have the EU-Mercosur deal, EU-India, and EU-Australia agreement is very interesting, because once that's done, then the critical earth minerals, 40% of our need is covered, and that provides a secure basis for us if we trust these deals. We have asked in these export barometers from companies, what direction would you want EU to strengthen their trade contacts? India, Mercosur is emphasized there. UK surprises me, but we still live with the Brexit trauma, I believe, and EU tries to do business without the UK, but they might be coming back, who knows. EU-Mercosur, my first observation is that this is a difficult market, high-level tariffs protecting their own markets. From the point of view of export, it's good that tariffs can be reduced from 50 to 20 or from 20, then year by year to even zero level, we can access better markets and we can also access their public procurement market. It can increase their exports towards EU. That can be everything from minerals to agricultural produce. When they bring their products to the EU market, for example, Brazilian beef meat due to their antibiotic use is still banned from the EU market. Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, they represent less than 1% of Finnish imports. So there is great potential to utilize this. Is this for the pharmaceutical business an interesting opportunity? There are better experts here on that to respond on that instead of me, but then certain health technology devices, etc., might be good. Plan Mega and others might be able to utilize this opportunity. That's EU-Mercosur, and then to conclude, I will come back to that, how the companies can benefit from this trade deal. Case EU-India. Well, this has already entered into force, although the EU-Mercosur is still an interim agreement. So this has. So the case, the EU-Mercosur is already applicable, whereas EU-India is still interim. It's an interesting case, and from the pharmaceutical point of view, their role as a pharmaceutical market, both as regards production and raw materials, it's an interesting case, and it would bring predictability to the trade with India. And the same thing there. Our foreign trade with India is less than 1%. It's not an easy market, but one of the markets that will emerge in the future and replace somewhat or bring an alternative to China, and even research cooperation might be considered. So there is lots of potentials. Tariff will be reduced and market access will be eased, predictability will be increased. But when we do deals with the Indians, it's only the starting point. How their authorities then will apply it will be seen later on, and that's where the Commission and the EU has to be very strict and tight if we hit obstacles with them. Then the final outcome and the conclusion of my presentation, the change from the point of view of Finland. How should companies analyze the current situation? How can we benefit from this change? First of all, what Heli already mentioned and towards some input towards our panel, a big change for the part of Finland is that our strengths is our diversified industry. When I look at our industry and our exports, it's not only Nokia anymore. We have the forest industry with its challenges, and then we have technology companies, service companies. Our economic and business base has become more diverse from the Nokia time. And then, as Heli said, we have a good know-how basis, we have a good education system, we have clean energy, and it's very competitive in price. We also have a well-functioning infrastructure. I took the train to Turku 2 hours. It could have been 1 hour though, but we have a good infrastructure. We also have a functioning administration, although you always complain about the Finnish state officials then, and we have some obstacles in our permitting procedures, but we have a strong administration. The risks are related to the dependencies. We are dependent on Chinese, Indian resources and raw materials, from the US on ICT services, etc. We have to consider how we can find alternatives, and then together at EU level find alternatives, and that is essential. Accessibility is a challenge to us. We are really at cul-de-sac here in Finland, and we used to be a gateway when we were able to use the Russian routes. Now accessibility and logistical accessibility has to be kept up, and we have to develop alternatives. It's important for value chains and supply chains and Finland. And then, well, we are very humble. Well, not in Turku maybe, but we often are not able to bring up our best sides in our trade relations, and we have to develop this. We have opportunities. Our country image is good. When the South Koreans visited us, they said that now that you are in the EU and NATO, you have come from the gray zone to the same zone as us. We can develop technological cooperation with us now. But as Heli said, well, the 6G or 7G, we are not considering that anymore with the Chinese, but China still has such a major part of technological know-how that we have to cooperate with them in the future too. We have solutions for megatrends, and with this I mean that in the world somewhere there is urbanization, growth, need for health and welfare services, and we can provide solutions to that, be they elevators, logistics, ports, pharmaceuticals. We have critical raw materials as well, but we still should more actively explore them. It requires time and investments. And then partnerships, that's always an opportunity. You can criticize our icebreaker cooperation, but that is something that is very important. What we do with the US on icebreakers, I don't think that we will have any brain drain from Finland to the US with that cooperation. We have to think how we can keep up our own know-how in these trade deals so that we don't have brain drain. I still have a couple of minutes time, and I'm going to use it because I still have a couple of slides. Changes in the value chain, geopolitics influences this. We have to decentralize our supply chains because too centralized ones are too risky. COVID showed the vulnerabilities as well as the Russian conflict. Then there is a competition on data, cloud computing, etc., and that provides for both short and long-term challenges. Regulation is one thing. We have to have transparency and the value chains have to become transparent as well. When we look at the trade deals, we have to consider them in the longer term. What markets do we want to be on today and tomorrow? Do we have a trade deal there? Is something in the pipeline? What kind of advantages does it provide for us in the short or longer term? And how it influences our value chain and supply chains. When we negotiate on trade deals, EU does this, but we have to have direct contacts as well. And when the trade deals enter into force, we have to make economic calculations on what the benefits are. Trade deals aren't beneficial if companies don't utilize them. So the European level is something, and we still have to do our homework to keep up to the pace. You can find company My Trade Assistant. You can use the My Trade Assistant by DG Trade of the European Commission. Lots of information on what the customs tariffs are and what delivery conditions there are. This is the raw work you have to do on grassroots level in the companies, and companies have to use this and do their homework. Well, I'm not commenting on this slide more. I asked the AI, you always have to mention if you've used AI in your presentation, what kind of opportunities and challenges can be seen in the big picture if we look at health, technology and pharmaceuticals. And this is what AI answered to me. Dependencies, but then Finnish competitive advantages, which we already have. It requires us to have strategic partnerships on company level, on country level, looking at decentralization of these supply chains and keeping up to the technological development. We have to be pioneers there. We have to innovate. We have to be able to commercialize our innovation. So AI thinks that we have hope. And Timo Vuori does as well. I'd like to thank you all for this.
Kiitos, Timo. And we'll switch to English at this point. Our next speaker brings a different kind of global challenge to the stage. Ulla Müller leads the Nordic Representation Office of the United Nations Population Fund, and she will talk about women's health as a global issue. Welcome, Ulla Müller.
That would have been great, me falling in, right? That would have been a great entry. Thank you. Good morning. I thought I'd wake you all up by falling onto the stage because I couldn't see anything, and I still can't see you. But it's really good to be in Finland. And it's enlightening to sit and listen, and also learning in other languages. It is indeed a different perspective, but I don't know how many of you thought when you listened to what is the geopolitical situation in the world today, how that actually impacts specifically women. Because women's health, women's reproductive health, women's rights, equality, is under unprecedented pressure globally in the situation that you just had described. So I am really glad to be here, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity to bring this into the perspective. I was thinking about how to frame this issue in Finland, in Turku. Turku is called, if you don't know, the reproductive capital of the world, and it's because all the commodities are kind of made here. So it's the reproductive commodity capital of the world. But I did come to think about a writer that I know and read when I was young, that is many moons ago. But she was Finnish, and her name was Minna Canth. How many of you know her? Yeah, there's also a little bit of a gender bias in the hand coming up here, right? So Minna Canth was Finland's first feminist. And she really believed that any girl should have a right to education. She believed that you should not have to live in a violent marriage. She's made an amazing book about a woman who lives in a violent marriage. She also wrote a heartbreaking book about a young teenage girl who got pregnant out of marriage, and marriage was really important 200 years ago. And that she really didn't believe that a young girl should have to make those choices and carry that burden and be judged on it. Finland actually celebrate her. Where I come from in Denmark, we do not celebrate our feminists, but 19th of March was her birthday, and that's a flag day in Finland. Finland has a long and strong history for gender equality. And Minna Canth really fought for gender equality. And 200 years later, almost, we are still fighting for gender equality. And there's many good reasons for that. But the thing is, and that's where I come in today, we will never achieve global gender equality if we do not promote, respect, and fulfill women's right to health. Because you cannot enjoy your human rights if you do not have quality of health. It sounds simple, doesn't it? And yet it has taken us centuries to figure this out, and we are still not there. Everyone talks about women's health these days, for good reason. And a lot of it, I challenge you on this, is lip service. In real terms, there's very little action. How is it that a society, a global society, can ignore, in real terms, the transformational power that women bring to any society? How is that still possible in an age with all the knowledge that we have? Have we, yet again, forgotten what we know? And have we forgotten what we need to do? Because we know what we need to do, but it seems to sort of be pushed in the background. So what do we need to do to get these things into action? And we probably need to keep it simple. So what I'm hoping today, you will see I have no slides. That's very deliberate. Because I really hope that you will listen, internalize and reflect. And I hope that I'm able to leave you with a sense of urgency as to why it is so important that we factor in women's health. Because when we do that, we do build better societies. So I'm hoping that for all the business leaders in the room, for the future business leaders in the room, that you will leave thinking, man, we have been idiots that we haven't figured this out. I hope that you will leave with a sense of urgency and say, we're going to do this. Because we all deserve what it brings to the table. And then, hopefully, I'll also prove it's good business, because it does make good business sense. So, when you invest in women, you've heard this before. That's the lip service part, but it's a true part too. When you invest in women's health, you invest in your own business, if you are in a business world. But you also invest in your community, and you invest in your society. So let's start with the businesses. So women, for those of you who are in the business world, women are likely to make up quite a significant proportion of your workforce. And their work life and their health are bound to be interconnected. So, what I'm going to say now is not a surprise, but women will menstruate when they work. Women will also get pregnant when they work. And actually, in today's world, you want women to be pregnant. I still think it's a good idea only if they want to be pregnant. Because women will struggle to become pregnant when they work, but there are also women who will struggle to get access to the contraceptive they need not to be pregnant. And there are women in the workforce who will have an unplanned or unwanted pregnancy. Every woman also goes through menopause at some point. And an estimated 10% of women and people assigned female at birth, they suffer from endometriosis. And that, along with other chronic pain conditions, is exclusive to this group. And it's really not well researched, and it's not really being taken into any consideration. So I make it sound like it's a bit difficult to have women in the workspace, don't I? So maybe the solution is, and that's what we see way too often, is let's just not hire women. But that's just being plain stupid. Because there are very simple solutions that will change the bottom line. So let's just agree, and I think you all agree that's not the answer. Women are an indispensable part of the workforce, not only for gender equality and economic growth, but also because they bring other insights to the table. They bring other perspectives in on decision making. They are used to managing multiple responsibilities, even with the added health challenge that they are dealing with, especially the reproductive health challenges. We know that women prioritize education and health investments when they become economic decision makers. They look to different aspects of where we should put our money. And it is that combination that balances out a focus on economic growth only, but make sure we also think in about social growth and how we build our welfare societies. So if you do want to have a well-functioning and thriving workforce, my advice would be take in women's health at the workspace. Own it. Because we also have in UNFPA some strong evidence that shows it has a really good effect on your bottom line. When you factor in women's health in your business and in your workforce planning, you reduce absenteeism at the workspace, you reduce staff turnover, and you increase your productivity and your staff loyalty towards your company. And that strengthens your brand. So investing in women's health is not only the right thing to do, it is a really smart business thing to do. Luckily, as I said, what comes with a lot of talk is also that we do have more focus on women's health. And we do see some progress. So this September, the global ISO 45010 standard, I really don't like that name, but that is what it's called. It's the ISO standard, I think you all know ISO. It's an ISO standard on menstrual and menopause guidance in the workplace. And that is being published in September. And the next step is, of course, that businesses take it on board and decide to implement it. That's probably going to be the tricky part. But that's, the tool is right there. Grab it and use it. We also see across Europe that maternity and paternity leave has been increased. It's a step towards equality. But the thing is, paternity and maternity leave is not about women's health. It's about something completely different. But it's an important step towards equality and accepting we have different yet similar roles also when it comes to child rearing. So we also know that menstrual hygiene products, it's no longer unusual to see that in a toilet. But where we still have a way to go, for instance, is that some women want to use the little menstrual cup, but the sink they need to rinse it is not actually in the toilet, it's outside. So there's little tweaks that we can think about. So many of you are thinking, am I bringing any news to the table? Why am I here? I'm here because we also have a big world outside of the Nordics and outside of Finland. So think about, in your businesses here in Finland, or wherever you are, think about your supply chain. What are the conditions that the millions of women working in the global supply chain are actually working under when they sit in factories in the global south? Women contribute every day to every little thing we do, everything we go and buy. So what are the working conditions for women who contribute to your end product in many, many different ways, every single day? They work for your suppliers out in the world. How are that woman's lives? Have you thought about that? What does her life look like? Think about it. It's very different from the life that you lead. And the reality is, for many, far too many women who enter the workforce, their career will be short. And their health is likely to be under-prioritized. They will get married, many of them while they're still children. Childbirth and subsequent childcare responsibilities will hinder their return to the labor market because of lack of childcare possibilities. And that, combined with social norms and lack of gender equality, is just something that reinforces that pattern. The mother is expected to look after the children. And I'm just wondering maybe if daycare at the workplace is a good idea, because we also know that contributes towards women's ability to work and contribute. She probably also has to look after older or sick relatives in the family. That is, in real terms, unpaid and uncounted care work. And it's a significant contributor to the economies of the world that is never counted and taken into consideration. It's never appreciated, and it's invisible. And it does impact on her health. And on top of this, she probably also needs to cook and clean. But she did that also while she was working. And interestingly enough, that is the same no matter where we are in the world. Women will get up and work, and they still do the ballpark of housework when they come home. Also in Finland, may I add. So women do very often have 2 jobs. And we don't complain, and it's not recognized. The World Bank has concluded recently that globally, women's labor force participation has remained stagnant at 53% since 1990. That means it hasn't moved. We haven't moved the needle for 36 years. That's mind-boggling, isn't it? Did you know that? Men, on the contrary, they have keep going up and down, but on average, they're around 80% participation in the workforce. So today, more than 710 million are kept out of the labor market, mainly due to family care duties. And now you may think again I'm straying away from the topic, but I am not. But I'm making a point here. Women's health starts with reproductive health. That is a link that is never talked about. And then when we say women's health only, the reproductive health side disappears. So remember that. And maybe also again, just quick show of hands. How many of you know it's a human right to be able to decide if and when and how many children you want? Yeah, there's some careful hands here. Yeah, it's a human right. It's in the CEDAW Convention. It's a woman's right. It's not a couple's right. It's a good idea if you talk about it, but that right to decide if you want to have children, when you want to have them, and how many you want, that is a woman's right. We never talk about it. It's also her right to have the information and means to do so, which means access to contraceptives if she doesn't want to have children and want to space them. But also it means that if you want to need assistance to get your children, you actually have a right to get assistance to that, if we want to deliver on the right to health. So there's a lot of little nuances here, and most governments in the world have actually signed up to that and ratified those conventions. So it's about delivering on them. So how many of you, I'm sure all the women knows in the room, but how many actually realize how important menstrual hygiene and health is for a woman's health? How many infections and how that can affect your reproductive health if you do not have good hygiene and access to good products? How many of you actually think about the fact that one of the most dangerous things a woman can do is to deliver a baby into this world? So being able to space your children is life-saving. It saves women's lives. And I went to one of the big suppliers here in Turku, I think last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, and also saying, you may think your factory work is boring, but when you produce commodities, implants, you save lives. That's really what we do. So also think about and take pride in what is it we do. But really, women's health starts with reproductive health. and in respecting a woman's right to decide over her own body in all matters of that body. Doesn't matter if it's reproductive health and right, it's how you want to treat your body. It's your right, it's your individual human right. And this is where you and your supply chains meet. That's where you come in. Our data and experience shows that when companies make menstrual hygiene products available and provide access to health services, including contraception and family planning, counseling on both items, when they provide childcare, if it's not available elsewhere, then that absenteeism is significantly reduced. Productivity is significantly increased, and the investments really pay back for the company. So when women thrive, your business thrives. You will be creating a fairer and more inclusive team culture. You will be having healthier and happier employees and a higher motivation and engagement. And because when women, as I said before, contribute to the economy, they make different decisions. We build better welfare systems, but women also then become the ones who make an income, and that brings more money into society, and that brings in more money to buy your products. So on all levels, this is just good business. And if any of you are more interested in knowing more about that, do come and see me after. I'm going to hang around a little bit. I'll be happy to take that conversation. When we talk about contraception, an estimated 257 million women in the world have an unmet need for contraceptives. Unmet need means that a sexually active woman in her reproductive age, which is from 15 to 49, does not want to become pregnant now or in the next 2 years. But she has not been able to be protected by modern means of contraception. And if you want to look at a business opportunity that is outside your workforce, I would argue 257 million women who is looking for contraceptives is a pretty good business opportunity. 220 million of these women are in developing countries, and more than a quarter of them have stopped using the methods available because of potential side effects. So investments in new contraceptive methods would open new markets and also fulfill more women's right to choose if and when she wants to have children. And I know it's a huge investment to develop new methods, but I'm sensing an increase, especially amongst young women globally, that they really don't want to use hormonal methods. So it might be a good idea to be ahead of the curve and be that company that wants to be the front runner here. But we could also look at something more simple. We do see that an increasing number of companies are aware of that menstrual hygiene needs of their employees. So while there is pads that are existing and made available, I am also sure that this development has led to an increase in dispensers in more public spaces. And that could be educational, schools, universities, sports clubs, in malls and restaurants. But wouldn't it be nice if we could build a world where it was just as normal to have menstrual pads in your toilet as it is to have an extra roll of toilet paper? I don't know why there's so many taboos around it, but there really is. But let's also talk a little bit about general medicine. So I'm sure you know this, especially here in Turku, but actually most medicines in today's world have never been tested on women. So gentlemen in this room, how many of you would want to take a drug that is not developed for you, has not been tested on you, and we're not sure if it works on you, but we have put an insert in your products, so just doing sort of a general disclaimer, so if you are a man, go and see a doctor. How many of you are willing to do that? That is the reality for half of this globe's population. We don't even have a choice. We're not being asked if we're willing to do it. if we want treatment, we take a leap of faith and we hope there's no side effects. And we have seen some unfortunate examples where it would have been a good idea to have tested a product on a woman first. So that's also women's health. Let's maybe think about how we start testing new products and existing products on women. And I would also say most women would appreciate that, and to be a front runner on that would maybe create a bias in the consumer to buy your product. Half of the world's population, probably a good business model too. But you have to be willing to make the investment. And this is an investment that goes over and beyond an economic investment, because that is an investment in your society. And maybe that is the big question. In a world that is so focused on economic growth for the sake of economic growth, are we willing to make that investment? Are we willing to take that accountability and invest in women and their health? That does also mean investing in your child's health, because that is what they invest in. So I want to make a point, and that's about Norway. So these investments will change your society. Look to Norway. What made Norway rich? I'll bet you 90% of you say oil. But it's not true. Calculations from the Norwegian Finance Department show that the workforce, that is the human capital, I would just say human beings, but capital is a good economist word. Human beings account for three quarters of the national wealth in Norway. And even more noticeable, and this is my favorite part, that the increase in women's workforce participation since 1970s has generated more value in the Norwegian economy than the entire oil industry. That is a really good business case. And it's right there in this region. And it shows the potential of investing in women. Very few investments yield as reliable growth as investment in health and education, especially for women. And that is what we do in UNFPA. We're not a business, we're a huge United Nations agency, and you can say a lot of good things about the UN and a lot of bad things, but I would argue that by and large, we are trying to hold everyone accountable for the human rights obligations that we have as individuals, as governments, and just as human beings who coexist. We are both a development and a humanitarian agency, and that means that we work in 150 of the poorest countries in the world, where we work deliberately and targeted to change the trajectory of women's lives and women's health. For instance, girls, as is the case for more than 30,000 girls every single day, are married off while they are still girls. They are met with an expectation to prove their fertility, often unable to combine family life with a formal job and career. They are left with no choice. And their reproductive health, when they have an early pregnancy, gets a fistula, is not taken into consideration when they bleed out during childbirth, because their bodies is not ready. Many of these girls have these children way too early. They're children themselves. And their health and their life is not counted. And it should be. Many of these girls would have chosen to stay in school if they'd been given that choice. Now they're facing a reality where the man is likely to leave. Many of the girls end up being breadwinners. They can only make a small income. And they're likely to pass on poverty to their children. And poverty is really something that we're trying to eradicate, isn't it? At least that is what we say we do across the world, all the member states. Because never forget, the United Nations is the member states. It's all the countries of the world. In UNFPA, we really want to stop traditional practices and harmful practices, and we think child marriage is one of them. FGM is another one. And what they have in common is that they impact on a woman's health for her entire life. We do believe that girls should stay in school. We do agree with Minna Canth and her words 200 years ago. And in school, all adolescents should have comprehensive sexuality education and education about reproductive health. And we know, because we know that this enables them to be respectful towards each other, and it also helps them postpone childbearing into adulthood. And it's more likely then that a girl will finish that education. And the higher educated the girl is, the higher educated her children will be. That is also something we know. Girls' educational attainment is linked to the mother. So, in so many ways, prioritizing women's reproductive health and rights puts us on a path to eliminate poverty. And when we think about poverty, that also, if we eliminate that, that brings us on the path to a more peaceful world. Because most of today's conflicts, not all, but most of today's conflicts are poverty-driven. So when we focus on that, we also build a much more peaceful world. And we also know that when women are participating in peace negotiations and reconciliation, the peace is more likely to last. And I don't think I know anyone who does not wish for a more peaceful world in today's very crazy and unpeaceful world. So everything I talked about, I hope, sets the scene for why this is important, just because it's foundational to quality life. Is equality between all genders. And it will further decrease poverty, and it will decrease the causes for war. Women's thoughts and words need to be shared and voiced so we can build lasting peace. We need women to be able to participate equally in all areas and decisions of society. We need women's health to be prioritized globally. And women's health starts with reproductive health. It starts with respecting human rights for all and a woman's right to make her own decisions on her own terms, on equal terms. And that will take us to a better world. And that will take us to a peaceful world, and a world where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulla, and please take a seat for the panel. So, we will now move on to the panel discussion on solutions for a competitive and successful ecosystem. This panel has been organized together with Turku Chamber of Commerce, and we will take audience questions also from the chat. So if you like, you can post your questions there, and our online listeners as well. Joining us on stage will be Lassi Noponen, Director General of Business Finland. Welcome. Klaus Runge, Senior Vice President and Global Head of Public Affairs, Sustainability and Internal Engagement at Bayer Pharmaceuticals. Ulla Müller and Pekka Simula, Partner at Innovestor Life Science. And the discussion will be moderated by Minna Arve from Business Turku. Please give a warm welcome to the panel.
Welcome. Will you sit in the middle?
Yeah.
Yes?
That would be nice. So, now we have heard a very powerful speech from Ulla and very, very interesting points from Heli and Timo in their keynotes. And now we are getting into the business in real life, aren't we? We have very different perspectives on one question: what turns specialization into international growth? We have a national innovation and funding perspective, a global pharmaceutical company, an international organization, and that represents enormous demand in women's health, and an investor whose job is ultimately to decide which ideas can become businesses. is it? I will try to push us forward specifics today, choices, instruments, investment decisions, and things we could actually do differently. So let's start with the ecosystem itself. Ulla, you have worked with UNFPA for years and have seen different phases of development policies, funding and international collaboration. And today the whole environment is changing geopolitically, economically, and financially. How would you describe the current moment, particularly from the perspective of women's health, and are you still optimistic?
I think, I'm trying to be optimistic, but as you all heard me say, is that we do experience that women's health, especially reproductive health and gender equality, is under extreme pressure globally. And what we see in the geopolitical scene right now is that, of course, all the investments and also the funding towards organizations like UNFPA, they move away from investing in women's health significantly, and especially on the equality side. So I think if we talk about general women's health, I think there is a momentum, that's the positive side, and a will to figure out how we can promote women's health. But if I look across the board and see what that has actually transformed into, I'm probably more cautious. Then I'm more of a cautious optimist. And when it comes to reproductive health, I think we haven't seen so many new things recently, and globally the funding is dwindling. So the 257 million women I spoke about, their access is going to be limited as we go forward. It's going to be minimized, and this part of the world will be fine. But I'll still also say, and maybe that's for some of the panel members, start testing products on women's health, make sure that women are actually the ones that things are being tested on. I think there is an appetite, but it's the investment that's difficult to get because it's expensive.
You mentioned Minna Canth. I have got my name according to her. And I've asked that one from my mother once, so that's true. So do you think, can women's rights be a competitive advantage for a company?
I think so, because as I also said, I think once women realize it, that is also a company we would want to support. Yeah, be very powerful when we have economic means, and we need to get to that, obviously. Yeah.
I was next coming to Lassi, but he already wanted to comment on your
I wanted to comment on this. I think it's crystal clear that women's rights can be a competitive advantage. And since Minna Canth was raised, I was thinking that while listening to you, that in Finland there is a parallel to how we created the regional universities in the 50s and 60s that lifted students from Eastern and Northern Finland to higher education. I see a parallel in this, like underutilized resource of women globally, which can be a source of big competitive advantage for those who grasp it.
That's really. Do you want to comment as well?
I can only echo that. As a company that employs roughly 88,000 employees worldwide, roughly half of them are female co-workers and employees. And if you zoom in, especially, let's say, into industry nations like Finland, you can see that women, for example, in our workforce, who are in the age of being in menopause, are actually the fastest growing share of the employee base. So, and given that the symptoms that come along with menopause can severely impact a woman's ability to perform and to be at her best at the workplace, you are well advised as a company to offer solutions in order to make sure that women don't cut their working hours or even retire early. And in times of shortage of qualified labor, we are well advised to offer solutions to women who, for example, go through this period of menopause. There's other conditions, but just to provide one example amongst many.
Yeah, that's really interesting. learned that even 1 out of 10 women might have to even give up their jobs or at least their career plans because of the menopause, which is not maybe recognized or treated well. So this is a huge number.
Absolutely, and I mean, also as an employer, we had to learn how to deal with it. Yeah, so we had to encourage women to be able to speak up and to share their experiences and their concerns. We also had to make sure that that our line manager are able to handle these discussions. I mean, just practically, we instilled menopause cafes where women could safely speak up. So, and that has led to really actual changes in the workplace, not only in office-based jobs, but also the blue-collar work. Yeah, where I mean heat waves, not heat waves. I just missed the English term at the moment. So heavy sweating and as a symptom of menopause, heat flashes. Are really an issue. So and we started actually by the whole board of Bayer carrying vests that simulate menopause hot flashes for a whole day.
I like that.
And they can come up to 20 times a day. And that has really been an eye-opener and a call for action.
I can imagine, yeah. Oh, that's good. I will take that to someone else as well. Lastly, governments and public funding often play an important role in creating innovation ecosystems. You lead Business Finland and see every day where Finnish companies, research and public funding meet, or maybe sometimes fail to meet. You also see which ecosystems are genuinely becoming internationally competitive. So what separates a real specialized cluster from a collection of good companies and research projects?
Okay, I will start by saying that the theoretical, like a commonly agreed ground for why public funding for R&D is good. It's good because companies invest only based on the risk-adjusted return of anything. And some of the parts of the benefits of R&D, the company can't grasp because people move and there's part of the benefits of R&D always spill over to other companies and to the society. But for the society, it's okay if they spill over because it's our society. So that's why public funding encourages more ambitious research that the company couldn't justify on its own. This is broadly accepted. And this comes to the ecosystem, that's why ecosystem consists of more players than one company. It consists of a number of companies who work to solve the broader same problem. And what we know well in Finland, it's the society, the public sector, the research institutions, universities, other companies, and public funding. In Finland, I think we have been pretty successful in creating these clusters. Timo Vuori mentioned some, and we have the power electronics, which was not mentioned. We have the connectivity power electronics, we have newer ones, we have gaming, we have space. All of these have been orchestrated in cooperation by the public sector and companies. And I think to sum it up, what creates a good ecosystem is that we have existing resources and capabilities to build from, that we don't start from scratch. And this is why I think this women's health is such a good topic for just Turku.
Yeah, and if you could mention one maybe missing element in these kind of emerging clusters building, what would that be?
In Finland, that we would be kind of ambition and international alignment. Timo Vuori mentioned we're too modest, but it's broader. It's the networks. We are way behind the Scandinavian countries, and we don't always realize that. We have to be more oriented to the world market and more ambitious and appreciative of the high strengths that we have.
Yeah, attitude and courage, and this is a really big issue when you are talking about creating something new or creating growth. Please all just come into the discussion if you have some pointers, but otherwise...
If I may, don't want to cut you short now, but I think on your point on ecosystems. So if you take a step back and look at, let's say, biotechnology, yeah? Europe has a great fundament, a real plethora of excellent academic centers who do world-class research. So the basic research, often tax-funded, is phenomenal. The issue then is that usually when it comes to translate the basic research into patents and products, people tend to leave Europe. So why is that? So a big topic is, of course, the conditions for venture capital and the lack thereof. So you have an easier go in the US because biotech research is highly risky. Yeah? So that's one thing. I think there's also the way academics think and what their ambitions are. In Europe, you usually have highly regarded academics who aim for a high-profile publication of their work in a good journal. In the US, the academic centers and their leaders often want to found companies alongside their research, become entrepreneurs, and so the value chain moves out of Europe oftentimes, especially in biotech. Now the question is, what can we do to have the ecosystems who help us translate the science into products and value? And I think better access to venture capital, also better conditions for venture capital to be employed in Europe is one. Public funding can be an important component. As a company, we have now founded a cell and gene translation center in Berlin with the Charité. It's an academic hospital in Berlin, and it's funded by the federal German government because it is so early, the startups that will move into this translation center, it's so early that for us as a company, it's too early to invest. But still we want to be part of this ecosystem and help the startups on their path to products. So we also apply to grants here in Finland, significant grants that would help us do some more research and further development on some specific items in women's health. And finally, I think you need a critical mass. Yeah? So you need a sufficient number of players, public, private, academic, startups, who really are the critical mass to bring an ecosystem forward and to have a mutual exchange that is fruitful for everyone. Yeah? So.
Yeah, sure. And if I may add one thing, I think excellent points from both Lassi and Klaus. I'd add patience as something that we'd need more, because these public initiatives often want to see results in the next couple of years. And if we invest in drug development in specific or any medical technology, health tech, you typically have to work patiently for 10, 15 years until you see results. We have now, fortunately, Finland's Drug Development Center, also based here in Turku, but it won't do miracles. It's a great team of people, but we have to give them time.
This is a really good point, and I think you mentioned venture capital, but I think because of the fact that in health, the cycles are so long. If you develop a dating app for dogs, you can do it pretty quickly, but this takes 10 years to get a seat in the table. So I think oftentimes the venture capital is not so, they want results quicker. So large companies like yourselves could take a role in supporting this innovation.
And the bench to bed is an important one, of course. Yeah, so it makes it easier to then go into clinical trials, and hopefully trials that will have more women in the database than it used to be, especially prior to the 90s, where many standard therapies have been developed without any exposure to women in phase 1 or 2.
I want to bring in, because a lot of the conversations always end up, and you heard me say also when I spoke about this balance between what is the economic growth and what is the health care system we want to develop, what is the welfare country we want to develop. And if we do want to have a welfare state, we need public funding, because you need to also have other interests than the purely payback and dividend to investors. And I think that is the strength of public funding. So there is a balance in how we get it right, and a lot of the work we do globally would not be done for, Finland for UNFPA is one of our biggest core contributors. And that is transformed then very often into, we buy a lot of commodities, we buy a lot from Bayer. And so a lot of that public funding that's not only into research, but actually also goes into lifting the social responsibilities that we have all internationally signed up to under the Human Rights Convention. So it's about all the time finding that balance where you understand that a business has to survive, and I would argue that most pharmaceutical companies survive quite well, but you have to find that balance where you also understand public funding is also about the greater good, and that's really important.
Well, Klaus, you actually already touched quite a lot of what I was going to ask from you in opening session, but you're looking at the Europe and its innovation environment from the perspective of one of the world's largest life science companies. And Bayer can choose where it invests, where it builds partnerships, and where it develops new solutions. And when you look at the region here in Finland, in Turku, so how you see that, or how you believe that there is a real basis for specialization? How does a global company distinguish between a region that generally has some conditions for specialization and a region that just has a very good pitch?
Yeah. So first of all, I want to start by saying that we still produce, as a globally operating company, we still produce 80% of our medicines roughly in Europe. In our European sites, and in the area of medical devices, so hormone devices, contraceptives, long-acting contraceptives, Turku is our hub, and it's a high-quality hub. It performs extremely well. The biggest concern for any pharmaceutical company is quality, and Turku delivers high quality ever since and will continue to do so. Now, when we step back and look into what's happening globally, and we've heard it and saw a few numbers earlier this morning, Europe has an issue. Yeah. So I think the trade surplus of the European Union with the US is roughly 200 billion euro, if memory serves me well, and 100 billion euro of that comes from pharmaceuticals. Now, what we currently see in especially with some of the US policies that have been put into place, including tariffs and discussions around most favored nation pricing, as the US calls it, the European export model is at risk. Because while we still produce 80% of our medicines in Europe as a company, the industry as a whole generates 70 to 80% of its global revenue in the US. In other words, if the US says our prices are higher than anywhere else in the world, either you pay more in Europe or we have to lower our prices too, then the consequence is you no longer launch these products in Europe, because otherwise you kind of drag down the price in your most profitable country that you operate in, which is the US, and you already see it. The head of the European Medicines Agency just stated that more and more products that are being approved are no longer introduced in Europe. So, and I hope that there's a wake-up call also with EU policymakers and member states policymakers to say we need to act. Otherwise, we will see a melting surplus on pharmaceuticals and a lack of access to the latest innovation for European patients. So that is something of concern. I would take out the Turku side from this concern because it's our one of our best sites globally, but as a broader notion, the export model is at risk, and you will see, and it's already started, that investments are rechanneled into the US rather than other places in the world. So, and that should, as a European, that should be of concern. As a company, you just follow the logic of making sure that you have a sound business in the future too.
Yeah, that's not only a women's health issue, it's an issue for all Europeans' health in the future.
Minna, may I add a small point to that?
Sure.
I mean, that's certainly true with the trade relations and that. But we see when we fund large companies and ecosystems, and one thing to answer your question, I think a good strategy to secure success for your home base is to be best of the world in what you do, because setting aside the political wins, companies tend to want to invest into the competencies which are the best in the world. And we have many examples in many industries where the international companies, they say, we like Finland because you are best at this.
And that's what we see in Turku every day, because many of our biggest companies are foreign owned and they have to be best of the world within their own companies, but of course in the markets as well.
I just want to bring up, and I know it's going to be a bit controversial in this group, because it is somehow, when we talk about health, it is a concern if all the decisions are driven towards where we get the highest profit margin. And I hear your point about the US, but the US is also almost 100% privately financed health system. It's a broken health system. The basic services, even under Obamacare, is very basic. So it's that balance. I'm not saying this is what you're all doing here in Turku. I said it's something we just need to be aware of in our pricing, in our decision making. And that takes us back to what is the role of the public sector and the public funding principles to ensure that we have equal access to health, and how do we then negotiate better, maybe also sometimes with the pharmaceuticals, to make sure that the products are available in a market like Europe, which is also a sizable market, but it is not as privatized as the American market. So it's not something that I have any answers to, but I think it is an important consideration, because it takes us back to what is the role and the relationship between public sector and private sector when we build a healthcare system that ensures equal access for all.
That's true. Okay, Pekka, let's apply this directly to women's health then. As a life science investor, you ultimately make those decisions many of us can avoid. Whether an innovation actually has the potential to become an internationally successful business. You see a lot of excellent science and ambitious teams, but what makes you believe that an ecosystem or a company within it could genuinely scale internationally?
That's the million-dollar question, obviously, or the billion-dollar question when it comes to drug development. As you say, we invest typically in early-stage therapeutics and digital health, so typically academic innovations that are looking for money to be proven and tested to validate if they actually work. So it's going to take a lot of time until they actually reach the market. So we should now predict what the world looks like 10 years from now. Is there going to be a market for a drug that's now in the early preclinical stage, when maybe 10 years later it will be ready for commercialization? And in the context of women's health, we believe that this change would happen. It now seems to be happening much faster than we thought. So when we made our first women's health investment 2 years ago in endometriosis, in what was then one of the largest funding runs globally in women's health, we didn't see the change coming this fast. So you never can expect. We were speaking to key opinion leaders globally, and we saw some very positive signals even from the US in the field of endometriosis, that the market is now opening up. But when it comes to thinking about ecosystems, obviously Turku is an excellent place. Finland is an excellent place. As Ulla said, it's known as the reproductive capital of the world. I think that's something that Turku should capitalize much more on, really brand themselves around that more powerfully. But we felt that there is a possibility in the Nordics. And on the other hand, when we invest in the early stage, we just have to believe on signals. We have to talk to a lot of pharma companies and experts and try to believe that, okay, this is what will support us going forward. And of course, we can contribute ourselves to it. I mean, there were only a couple of serious endometriosis companies in the world. So when we led one of them, significantly helping them forward to their large phase 2 study internationally, that gave a signal to the market that, hey, there's more activity in this field, and then others will hopefully follow and have already followed.
So now we are really hard trying to build a stronger women's health ecosystem to Finland. We already have research, we have health data, we have pharma development, diagnostics, expertise and clinical expertise. What's, from your perspective, is the most important thing that it's still missing from this ecosystem?
Well, I mentioned patients already, but it takes a lot of capital. And of course, that's what's thin in the Nordics by and large. So we will need to network internationally, as was said already. We'll need to show that this is the strong science, this is the strong ecosystem that foreign investors, foreign capital will want to come to, will want to invest in. And it's a brutal world. I really liked how you painted the picture around the economic opportunities in women's health, because that's the language that money understands. Yeah. So that's what we need to do more powerfully going forward.
Yeah. And let's take from that where is the market then? And let's move from supply to demand. And we talk about research funding in women's health, but ultimately somebody also has to buy the solutions. So while you are being a strong advocate for women's health, who do you think should be the buyer in women's health solutions?
Well, UNFPA is the largest reproductive health commodities buyer in the world. So we're quite big on that one. So I think we should definitely be a buyer because that's about the global goods and spreading it out in the world. I think the public sector, but I work in a system and I come from a system where I think governments have a huge responsibility to do this. So I think governments are definitely buyers. I think we have a work to do in also convincing governments sometimes how, especially outside of this region, how important good quality is and why sometimes you pay a little bit more, but then you actually get a better product. So I think the buyers are already there. I think women also, if women can buy themselves, we know that with a lot of the available products, when women have the money in the hand, they will figure out a way to buy it. So women themselves are also buyers, and we see that across the world where you can go to a pharmacy and buy a self-injectable, for instance. Women do that big time. So I think we know who the buyers are. What I think is important is to figure out how do we get the product out there, and how do we also then make sure that governments, especially in some of the countries I've worked in, understand that there's a reason we are not always buying the cheapest product from country X. It's because the one that is safest for people to use is this one, right? So I think it's really, I think the buyers are there, but I think, and I'm just going to jump back a little bit, I think what the Nordic and what is Finland's biggest problem is you don't brag. So you become invisible with all the knowledge you have here because our culture is that we don't brag. We don't put ourselves out there and say we are the best. And I think that is part of it. And we have a great. I mean, we work with Bayer, and they work. And there's a lot of pushback on that many times. But they have great products, and Bayer has become one of the strongest voices in our advocacy from the private sector in the importance of ensuring that women's health are taken into consideration. So I think it's not just about the buyers, it's about figuring out the roles we all have, because the buyers are there. 257 million women. Yeah.
We have a little bit of an era, everybody knows that technology is like an asset in security, international trade, quantum and defense and those kind of things are like currency in international relations. But I can totally see that this kind of women's health investment gives soft power, even like political power to the countries who promote that in the eyes of the global south, for example. And that's why I think our political leadership has taken this into, and it can be a big thing in branding the country, which gives many kinds of good things for the country that does that.
And maybe Finland could also be a role model in policy making in this field. I mean, of course, there are advanced companies like Bayer whose board of directors try the hot flash welts. I think that was a hilarious story and a great example to really understand the challenge. But I think you are still an exception in this world. Also in Finland, which claims to be very gender equal. So, and as an example, you know, our employee healthcare is very much focused on the private side. And every company must have an alcohol policy to get the support for their private healthcare expenses. So why couldn't we also require that they need to have a women's health policy to get that same? I mean, that would be a very simple change, and that would force them to think about this, and that would lead into buying more women's health products and better.
So perhaps just to link what you said to a coalition that's been formed by UNFPA, the Coalition for Reproductive Justice in Business, that we have become an early member of. There are multiple companies cross-sector who try to figure out how workplace policies should look like. And we're also trying to bring this into, let's say, into action with policymakers. And we see first countries like the UK and Spain taken action in this regard. But I think what we need to work on is like, what should be, I don't know, the 5 points as a standard at a workplace, and that we would then bring to other companies too. Let me just come back to the question of women's health. I mean, I think the McKinsey Health Institute recently published that if we invested more into women's health, $1 trillion could be added to the global economy by 2040. And if you let this number sink in, it's really significant, and it plays to all the aspects you have mentioned, Ulla, in your keynote, in terms of higher productivity, participation, etc., etc. So if letting women thrive really adds to the economies, and that's I think underestimated big time.
That's so true, and the numbers are huge, and they are there, and we have seen McKinsey's report, we have seen Boston Consulting Group's report, they are building on the same evidence. So when the need is so enormous, the economical effects are so enormous, why the market hasn't responded faster?
I think that was what I asked, wasn't it? Why is it so hard to get that this is
No, we get lots of answers.
I can start. I think it's you painted a little bit like even a gloomy picture of this women's equality, but I think another aspect of that is that hasn't it improved during the centuries? I mean, painfully slowly, but the direction of the travel is clear. And from business, because it goes so slowly, from business's point of view, the timing is the problem, because it's bad to be too soon, right too soon, or too late. You have to be right at the right time, and this takes us to the customer. Somebody needs to be the customer for the product that produces all these broader benefits. And I said, I think this is going to be a partnership between the public and the private sector and international organizations like yourselves.
And
I'm sorry, I need to just be very clear. Equality is going the wrong way. And all the evidence shows that. Equality is regressing in today's world, and it started with COVID. In COVID, we saw that gender equality started to decline, and then it kind of paused. It didn't start coming up again. And now, over the last year, what we are seeing is that gender equality continues to be pushed back. And we're trying to galvanize support globally with like-minded governments in order to ensure that we can push back on the pushback. But when I started this work 30 years ago, the estimate was it would take about 112 years to get to gender equality, and now it's almost 300 years. And many have heard me say that before. I do not have 300 years, and it's going the wrong way, and we need to address that.
You were supposed to say something before Pekka.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's also about priority setting in wherever you are. Yeah. So on the one hand, you have highly developed healthcare systems who need to make a call how much they want to invest into women's health, into diagnostics, treatment, prevention, what have you. And there are decisions that are being made. Are contraceptives covered for young women? Yes, no. It's a decision you can take. You can allocate budget or you don't. The COVID example was very striking. So in many legacies and geographies, the services for women, sexual and reproductive health services, were cut during COVID, and they haven't bounced back. So it is we need strong voices to call for also for the right level of financing and the right priority setting. Otherwise, it won't work. And it differs by country, and by system. Of course, in many countries, you don't have a mature healthcare system that covers for the vast part of expenses. I mean, 4.7 billion people living on this earth don't have access to basic medical services, and 2.1 billion people living on the planet experience financial hardship when they ask for medical services or go for medical services. So there you need other solutions and mechanisms, be them supranational, be them local, to help fix the issue. But there again, the question is, what should be covered first?
And Minna, to your question on why it hasn't happened before, the pharmaceutical industry, of course, is a huge ship that turns very, very slowly. And if there's a big pharma company who has a cardiovascular franchise, it's not going to be easy for them to just decide that, okay, hey, let's do women's health and let's create a whole new franchise there and find products in the market and build a sales force and so forth. So, and I'm always joking that 2 years ago they realized that half of the world's population is actually women. But I think what's really changing the picture is the bigger mega trend of people in general taking their own health in their own hands. I mean, compare it to 20 years ago, it was very difficult to find out anything about diseases if you weren't a medical professional. And today, if you have any symptoms, you will just go to Claude and say, hey, I have these kind of symptoms, what could I have? Everyone knows what endometriosis is. 20 years ago, no one knew. No one had ever heard of endometriosis. And I think that we have a lot of smart women now in the world who want to get better treatments. And that's something that the industry has realized as having great potential.
That's a really interesting point, because at the same time when the women might not have access to these kind of feminine health products, they might have access to AI. And this is like a new situation that could lead to things that we cannot see.
Yeah, and I think this might be also an answer for Olla's worry about how the equality is, gender equality is going at the moment. And maybe this approach with the women's health as a business possibility can also help in that. But AI is bringing the whole industry to speed, and the need for the answers from the women who are now having the availability to the roots of the information. But we are going to lose our time. I'm sorry, we have to.
I'm sorry. No,
you will have your final
not
word.
all women can read. Not all women have access to a smartphone.
Agree.
There is hundreds of millions of women who cannot ask Claude.
Absolutely.
Because they were married off when they were 11 and they don't know how to read and they don't have a phone.
Absolutely.
Right.
And that's something that will change, hopefully slowly and gradually. And hopefully we can get back to that good trajectory. That's still, I think, what's pushing the industry to realize that there are a lot of potential customers that they have missed.
Absolutely. Yeah, good.
And now we will finish where we started, actually. So you will come back to that with choices. So I don't now plan for 5 years vision or something that could actually be really concretely to be decided now within 12 months. Everyone has a one sentence. What could we do within next 12 months in order to build internationally competitive specialization in Finland in women's health? Lassi.
Well, we do what we have started doing with your people. We like Americans say, we lean in. We believe in this vision. I think we have a lot of reason to do that, and we just execute the plans.
Olla.
We will continue to work through the Coalition of Reproductive Health and also made our expertise and knowledge available to the businesses here in Turku.
Klaus.
So continue to invest. We have also applied for grants in Finland, so that would really help. That's one. And then I will ask our team in Turku for some extra shifts to reach more women, because by the end of the decade we want to reach 100 million women in low and middle income countries with access to modern contraception.
Pekka.
Encourage the very strong female scientists to turn into female founders, spin out their ideas, because they really know what the problems are, they can solve it. And they shouldn't just publish them academically, but they should be bold enough to create companies around them.
Thank you. And now we don't have any time for questions for the audience, but we'll be around outside the hall for after this session. But I want to really thank you for all the panelists. What I take from this discussion that the specialization is ultimately not the description of what we are already good at, but it's something that we decide about where we want to become exceptionally good and what we are prepared to do to get there, and tell that aloud that we are very good in this. So thank you everyone, thank you Ulla, thank you Lassi, thank you Klaus, thank you Pekka, and all for us who have joined and listened to this discussion. I hope you have had good ideas and some will to change the world.
Thank you. Thank you, Minna.
This was the end of Business Turku's part in Europe Forum. Have a nice continuing day today, and thank you everybody.
Kiitos paljon mielenkiintoisesta ohjelmaosuudesta. Ohjelma tällä lavalla jatkuu kello 11, eli pienen tauon jälkeen. Ja tuolla lämpiön puolella Eurooppa Cafe on auki ja tarjoilee pientä naposteltavaa ja juotavaa. Nähdään pian. Tervetuloa takaisin tänne päänäyttämölle. Tuttuun tapaan tämäkin ohjelma striimataan suoraan verkkoon
Welcome back to the main
etäosallistujille.
stage, and this program will be web streamed as well, and everything is interpreted into English via Interprefy app. You can participate in the discussion in our chat. You can access the chat box by using the QR code.
And interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you wish to take part in the program's chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen. Thank you. Minun puolestani kiitos. Nyt annan puheenvuoron seuraavan keskustelun moderaattorille.
On
Suomen
my
Pankin
behalf, thank
osastopäällikkö
you very much.
Aleksi Grym.
Next, I give the floor to Aleksi Grym, Head of the Payment Systems Department at the Bank of Finland. You have the floor.
Hyvä yleisö, arvoisat kuulijat.
Dear audience, dear listeners, welcome to the Europe Forum in Turku and follow this year's Esko Antola lecture. My name is Aleksi Grym. I am the head of the Payment Systems Department at the Bank of Finland. The Bank of Finland has the honor, has had for several years already, to organize the Esko Antola lecture in the Europe Forum. He used to work as a Jean Monnet professor at the University of Turku. I'm also from University of Turku, and I remember Esko Antola's inspiring lectures very well. He had a very motivating and inspiring approach to us students. This year's theme is the common currency of Europe, the euro, and its future, Europe's financing infrastructure reliability and also technological independence of the euro. Digital euro is a common joint project of European Central Bank, reflecting these wishes and aspirations. First, we hear a lecture on digital euro. Tuomas Välimäki, member of the board of the Bank of Finland, will lecture about 20 minutes about the digital euro, and after that we have a dream team discussing in the panel. And after the panel and during it, you can raise questions, you can use the chat box for that, and also there's some time for Q&A after the lecture. I now give the floor to Tuomas Välimäki, the member of the board of the Bank of Finland. You have the floor.
Thank you, Aleksi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to deliver this year's Esko Antola lecture here at the Europe Forum in Turku. It's great that Esko Antola is here present, at least in a moment. Dear Esko, you are the pioneer of Finnish EU research. You saw euro's significant already when EU membership was a far dream for Finland. EU common currency would be the most tight binder of Europe. And today we are talking about how this common currency's functionality is secured in the digital world. This year's forum focuses on values, innovation and security as foundations of EU success. These themes also provide an exceptionally good starting point for considering the digital euro. The significance of the digital euro can be approached through a paradox. It's not merely a new way to pay, it's about what form a European monetary system takes in a world where the economy and people's everyday lives are becoming increasingly digital. It's about how dependent we want to be on systems built by others for society's critical functions. At the same time, we have to build our own capacity so that it doesn't reduce competition and innovation, but strengthens them. In other words, the digital euro offers a very concrete test on whether we can bring European values, innovation, and security together in a single project. Payment is easy and speedy, and we don't pay any attention to it. Today,
I stopped for my second coffee of the day. I showed my phone to the appliance and my card was debited. I didn't even think about paying at all. I enjoyed my coffee. Let's fast forward 4 years ahead. In 2030, I can do the same at the cash register, but pay with digital euros. The difference is unnoticed, but the background difference is different because the payment goes through the digital euro infrastructure, not through outside international cards systems. Is this only some hi-fi thoughts, or is it something fundamental? Payments function and as they should only when payments are disrupted. We understand how critical a service we're talking about. Finland is very developed in digital payments. We don't use cash so much anymore, and we haven't had our own national card system for a long while. We have outside of Europe global debit cards. And this is not a failure. On the contrary, international card systems have enabled highly efficient payment worldwide. At the same time, we have made ourselves dependent on a very small number of providers, and this is not only true for Finland. According to recent ECB data, 2/3 of card payments in the euro area are now processed through card schemes based outside Europe. As in Finland, 13 out of 21 euro area countries have no national card scheme anymore at all. In my view, this is essential. Dependence does not mean that the current service providers are poor. Dependence arises from the lack of alternatives. Recent years have taught us a great deal in Europe about the significance of dependencies. We have had to assess them in energy, defense and technology, telecommunications and critical raw materials. The same question applies for payments. Who controls the infrastructure on which Europeans' daily economic activity depends? And what alternatives do we have if the world around changes? What is money? Money. This brings me to the first theme of this year's Europe Forum, values. Technically, money can be paper, number on a bank account, or in the future, a digital euro on the phone. Economically, money is first and foremost trust. The euros we accept today, we accept because we trust that others will accept them from us tomorrow. Our current monetary system is based on the coexistence of central bank money and commercial bank money. Cash is central bank money available to us directly. Deposits in bank accounts are commercial bank money, which can be exchanged one for central bank money. This system has served us well. Digitalization, however, raises a fundamental question. As payments become increasingly digital, should digital central bank money also be available to citizens? And the digital euro is the euro system's answer to this question. It would be digital central bank money for everyday payments. You could pay in the shops, online, or transfer money to other people across the euro area. The starting point would be that any merchant who accepts digital payments should also accept the digital euro. It would become, alongside cash, the other legal tender in the euro area. The digital euro would not be an investment product, nor would it replace cash. Euro system remains committed to cash in the future too, and it's not only a matter of principle. While preparations for the digital euro are underway, the position of cash is being strengthened, and we're already planning the next series of euro banknotes. This is not about choosing between cash and digital, it's about citizens' freedom of choice.
To my mind, this is a European question of values. The same is true for privacy. The digital euro is being designed so that there would be strong privacy protection. In ordinary online payments, the euro system would not be able to identify the payer on the payment basis of their payment data. In online payment, the level of privacy protection is intended to be at least as high as that offered by today's well-protected digital payment methods. An offline version of digital euro is also planned. The digital euro would offer a new way to make electronic payments without functioning on an internet connection. Offline payments would improve both the resilience of payment and privacy. In such payments, detailed transaction data would remain only on the payers and the recipient devices. Accessibility is also part of this. The basic services of the digital euro are intended to be free of charge to citizens, and the solution is being designed so that it could also be used by people who are less comfortable with digital services. Technology does not determine alone what money will be like in the future. We must first define the features we want and then build the technology around them. The second perspective is security. In this respect, our thinking in Europe has changed significantly in recent times. Until fairly recently, infrastructures were viewed above all from the standpoint of efficiency. If one solution was cheapest and one most efficient, why maintain several? In a geopolitically more uncertain world, we have had to add another question. What happens if the most efficient system is no longer available one day? In recent years, payments have come under attack and payment systems have become to be used as an instrument of sanctions. Something that in normal circumstances looks like duplication and an extra cost may, in a crisis, prove a valuable redundancy. Payments are critical infrastructure. People must be able to buy food and medicines, and businesses must be able to operate even during crises and disruptions. The offline feature planned for the digital euro is a complete example of this. In certain situations, payments would be possible without an internet connection. Of course, this will not solve every possible disruption. We will still also need cash and other arrangements for payments, but it adds one more alternative. And this, in my view, is exactly how resilience should be built, not on one perfect system, but as a set of several complementary solutions. In this context, people often speak about Europe's strategic autonomy. This term should be used very carefully. It doesn't mean that Europe should close itself off from the world, build or abandon well-functioning international services, nor is it an argument against American companies. Strategic autonomy means ability to make one's own choices. It means that maintaining a critical function is not wholly dependent on decisions over which Europe itself has no influence. This is also the core of ECB's current argumentation for the digital euro. Euro area has to have its own digital retail payment instrument. Our third perspective today is innovation. This could be misleading. One might think that the central bank is building its own payment apps to compete with banks and offering citizens central bank accounts. This is not what it's about. In the world of the digital euro, customers would, as a rule, still deal with their own bank or another payment service provider. These would manage customer interface and identification and payment services. The digital euro itself would be money issued by the euro system. We do not issue banknotes from the Bank of Finland today. Consumers withdraw their cash from bank branches or cash machines. This division of labor would remain, The central bank's task is not to try to guess what kinds of payment apps consumers will want to use in the future. The private sector is much better suited for that. Instead, the public sector can build common rails on which private companies can compete and innovate. This is one of the key problems in European payments today. We have a common currency, but not genuinely common retail payment markets. Around Europe, we have excellent national or regional payment services. However, they have found it difficult to spread across the entire euro area. Network effects in payments are powerful. A service becomes more valuable the more consumers and merchants use it. 20 national solutions do not therefore automatically add up to one European solution. The digital euro would provide common standards and an acceptance network that private operators could also use in their own services. In this sense, perhaps the most interesting innovation of the digital euro is not the digital coin or wallet itself. It may be the common European infrastructure that lowers the threshold for new services to grow into a market of 21 countries. Dependence and concentration also have an economic dimension. A new alternative could strengthen merchants' bargaining position in relation to current international payment systems. Payments cost money too, and monopoly power tends to increase costs. In Finland, Visa and MasterCard effectively form a duopoly in card payments, so competitive pressure is limited. Increased competition could therefore help curb payment costs and encourage existing operators to develop their services. From the perspective of competition policy, a serious question is whether European merchants and consumers have enough alternatives. Is that the case, especially in a situation where the use of cash is dwindling rapidly? The purpose of the digital euro would therefore not to be displace international operators. Their efficient and reliable systems will continue to be a central part of the payments world. One possible benefit of the digital euro would be to make the market more competitive. We shouldn't see a zero-sum game here between the central bank and the European and international payment companies. We want a market structure where there are more alternatives. At this point, we should ask another question. Why would anyone actually use the digital euro? Strategic autonomy is an important societal objective, but it's not enough to persuade an individual consumer to change their payment method. A payment instrument is successful only if it really provides the user real benefits. The European nature or security of the digital euro alone is not enough to guarantee success. Visa and MasterCard together spend billions of dollars on marketing worldwide. That says something about how much value in payments lies not only in the network but also in the recognition and consumers' trust. The digital euro must be easy to use, it must work widely, it must be secure, privacy protection must be credible, and it must also work in situations where current payment methods run into problems. Same applies to merchants. Introducing the digital euro involves cost, therefore it must also provide benefits, more competition, new payment option and potentially a stronger bargaining position. This applies to banks as well. Banks would play a major role in distributing the digital euro and serving customers. Therefore, the system must be such which bank tasks, costs and benefits form a sustainable whole. Opening a central bank money would widely raise the question on the role of banks. In the so-called Chicago Plan in the 1930s, bank deposits would be 100% backed by central bank. Such a system would separate money used for payments from banks' credit risks and would reduce the risks arising from banking crisis. I don't think such a change would be desirable. Banks have an important role in channeling savings into investment and in providing credit to households and businesses. I see the benefits of bank-based financial intermediation as clear clearly greater than the risks that banking creates for society. The digital euro is therefore not built as a backdoor implementation of the Chicago Plan. A holding limit and the fact that digital euros would not bear interest are intended to ensure that it functions above all as a payment instrument and does not begin to replace bank deposits on a large scale. This would be genuine balance. Digital euro must be useful enough to be a credible payment instrument, but it's not an instrument that would displace bank deposits and change the entire structure of financial intermediation. The aim is to complement the current monetary system, not to rebuild it. Preparations for the digital euro have reached the stage where theory is beginning to turn into practice. Eurosystem is currently building the technical readiness for possible issuance. The next important phase is piloting, which should begin next autumn. Across Europe, piloting will be carried out with 36 payment service providers, and from our perspective, it's important that OP Pohjola from Finland is involved. The pilot is intended to last 1 year. At the same time, political decision-making is moving forward. The EP adopted its negotiating position in July, and trilogue negotiations between the Parliament, Council and Commissions are ongoing. If legislation and technical preparations proceed as planned, the first digital euro could be available in 2029. But I want to emphasize could, conditional. No decision has yet been taken on issuing the digital euro. The final decision is made by the ECB Governing Council only once legislation has been adopted and other conditions are in place. And this is the right order. First, Europe must decide what kind of a digital euro it wants. Well, only then can the decision be made on its issuance. And this will be technically challenging, and we should not be hurried in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, for more than a quarter of a century, the euro has been one of the most visible achievements of European integration. We have a common currency, but in the age of the digital economy, a common currency alone is not sufficient if infrastructure needed to use it becomes fragmented nationally or we are dependent on actors outside Europe. The digital euro should therefore be assessed from a broader perspective than merely a new payment instrument. Strategic autonomy does not mean self-sufficiency. It means that Europe has the capacity to act and choose. Ultimately, the value of the digital euro is not that it would replace current payment methods. Its value is the fact that alongside them there would be a European alternative, a solution that works across the euro area, strengthens competition and innovation, and increases operational reliability, even when not everything around us is not functioning normally. Values define the kind of system we want. Innovation gives us the means to renew it. Security requires us to have alternatives. The digital euro is not needed because current payments are broken. It's needed because even in a well-functioning system, we shouldn't be dependent on one single option. I'd like to thank on my behalf now. We will continue discussing with Aleksi Grym, Aura Salla, Masa Peura and Paula Pessi. Thank you.
Kiitos Tuomas. Jatketaan keskustelua paneelikeskustelun muodossa. Pyytäisin nyt keskustelijoita lavalle.
Discussion in our panel. I'd like to invite our panelists on stage. Please take your seats.
Kiitos näistä terveisistä. Kiitos. No niin.
All right.
Aura, sä oot Euroopan parlamentin jäsen.
Aura,
Kuuntelit Tuomaksen
you
puheenvuoron,
are
niin
member of the European Parliament. Now that you listened to Tuomas, what did you think?
joka sivuaa tätä aihetta?
And also you can tell us about your work in the European Parliament. Well, yes, it really made me think. Strategic autonomy is a very important thing, and we have to respond somehow to Visa and MasterCard's dominance in Europe. And it is important to bear in mind that the Americans can use kill switch against us, so we have to do something. It's not only about the Central Bank of Finland or the Bank of Finland. We need to have a wider structure for that. And that's something we are working on in the European Parliament. The world has changed a lot during the second Trump term. And we've seen in Europe a situation where the head prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has been attacked by using the kill switch. So he was not able to use any payment systems. And that is a clear sign of having an independent system in Europe. Whether it should be central bank led or not, that is the question. Maybe it could be private sector led, that's my wish. But I believe that in this perspective of security of supply, security in general, we do need a public-led system. There are also some problems involved, like the role of the central bank. Central bank will collect all data, so central bank will have a lot of power due to that, and also the central bank is able to decide on big issues. And then, of course, we have the Banking Supervisory Authority that will observe and control ECB, but still the technical implementing body, the ECB, would be in a clearly dominant position. It has all access to data, consumer data, to all important fields, and therefore we have to discuss the role of the European Central Bank. I believe we discussed this in this panel, and as for legislation, the trialogue discussions are starting, and the data and the importance of data will be discussed. Well, Masa, you represent OP Pohjola, one of the biggest banks in Finland. Well, in our bank, payments are an entity in our bank. As Tuomas said, there are many elements that are related to payment systems. And of course, we have to be pioneers in this project, and we were one of the first operators that started fast-track payments in Europe. And for example, last June, we launched mobile payment systems between banks. So banks can also transfer money amongst themselves by using mobile payment systems. And also we are pioneers in Finland, developing all sorts of payment systems for consumers and banks alike in Finland. And now we are one of the first banks being interested in digital euro and how it would work in practice and technically. Of course, we have to take important decisions. We need to have built a structure where we have well-functioning cards, advanced bank transfers. For example, consumers are still sometimes struggling with bank transfers, how quickly money is being transferred between banks, for example. So there's some room for improvement there. What is important in digital euro is to introduce the missing security element in place. So we need more security, more autonomous banking systems in Europe, and that's why it is a good thing. Paula, Masa talked about consumers' perspective, and Paula, you are the Deputy Secretary General of the Consumers Union of Finland. Tuomas mentioned security of supply, security of functioning, and so on. All these security matters. What do you think about this from the consumer's perspective? How do consumers see the idea of the digital euro, and do they trust it? And whether it's easy to use?
Well,
Looking at the consumer's side, what kind of payment methods consumers are wishing for? Well, security of supply, security of functioning, easiness of use. So these are top priorities for consumers. And we conducted a survey in the Consumers Union of Finland, and we just received the results. And our members thought that independence and security of functioning is very important, and independence from non-European actors, and also offline payments were considered important. So our own members are clearly of different opinion than most of the European consumers, but I think security is number one for any consumers, even more important than fastness of use and easiness of use and things like that. So consumers are very interested in security, accessibility, and I've understood that accessibility has been well taken care of, so different consumer groups are well taken care of. Aura, you mentioned the term kill switch. What does it mean in practice? Is it also a relevant concept in banking and bank cards and payment cards? Well, it means that American companies always follow American legislation, and then of course political decisions should not have an impact on companies' actions in global scale, but of course they have. And in my example, the prosecutor of the ICC worked with Israelis and Palestinians, and then that caught the attention of the Trump administration, and they forbid him using all American-led payment systems. So that was made big headlines in France, for example. So we should be able to use only European services and payment systems, whether it's about paying bills or paying or buying something. At the moment, we don't have any payment processing systems in Europe. Visa and MasterCard are clearly dominating. Well, I've lived in Belgium for 12 years. I use Maestro card, which is from a local bank. I use it for cardless payments, and of course we need such systems which are Europeans, because even local banks, the cards that they deliver, their payment systems and payments are processed by American systems. So we need to have Europe-led technology here. So, for example, if access to services is denied by an attack by an external attack, we should protect ourselves from such threats. So it is a very complex system, of course, and it's very much of a security issue, and there are a lot of technological questions involved, of course. The legislation is not final yet, and us as politicians have to think whether we have thought about all the elements and whether we have all the components that we need for building such a European-led system. All right, so one of the scenarios that has been considered when discussing digital euro is that we are very dependent on Visa and MasterCard in Europe, and in theory, whether it's a decision made by American legislation or somewhere else, it can be switched off. The whole system can be shut down. Masa, you've been closely involved in consumers' banking systems and other banking systems, so how do you see the role of technology here? Well, they are global companies. They are listed companies, of course, and in their communication, it can be seen that they are investing in Europe, and of course Europe plays a role as an owner of some systems, and Europe is very important to big players like Visa and MasterCard. Whether it's it's possible to whether it's really possible for these companies to attack Europe and do harm to Europe. I don't think it would be feasible. And of course, the whole financing sector is about risk management, and we are prepared to all possible risk scenarios. We are doing risk management all the time. The Bank of Finland does risk anticipation all the time. We are constantly following risks. We are trying to mitigate them and prepare ourselves for them. And therefore, I see these risks quite small from the consumer's point of view. Of course, there are single cases like the case that Aura mentioned. And then, of course, in some situations, these risks can materialize. Well, it is possible, but not probable. That is true. All right. So you also talked about trust and confidence towards different systems. So if we had a domestic or European payment system, then perhaps it would be much more trustworthy from the consumer's point of view. So, Paula, what do you feel? Do consumers trust more Finnish brands or European brands, or are they okay with the Chinese or American brands? Well, of course, whenever a new product or service is launched, the consumers must be able to trust it, whether it's foreign or Finnish. But of course, if you think of consumers' opinion, of course, they prefer Finnish products and services, and something being Finnish is greatly appreciated and valued in Finland. So trust is an important question, and on the other hand, there's a lot of pressure, of course, towards Finnish companies. Expectations are simply higher. All right. So a lot of threats and risks were presented in the early parts of our discussion, so let's move on to a more positive side. So increasing competition is one positive implication, and also more diversified services, for example, for consumers. Masa, OP is participating in the pilot project for Digital Euro. What kind of possibilities does it offer to Finnish consumers? Well, it brings a missing element to the set of services that we already have. So we have a very developed bank card payment systems, and payment systems are very secure. It is easy to pay online and do transfers, but bank transfers, so bank account-based transfers are not so developed, not on a domestic scale, but also not on the European scale. And sometimes all payment systems collapse, and you should have an offline system as well. If all connections are down, then offline payment is also important. So I think bank account-based transfers are the missing element here, and that's a clear advantage of the Digital Euro. So what do you think? What is the number one reason for introducing Digital Euro? Well, it's about self-sufficiency, I would say. I've been quite hesitant towards Digital Euro. I'm a market liberal person, and I would have waited this I would have thought this would have been introduced already, but now it's about time. So what happens if everything collapses around us? What happens to payments then? So we have to have some security here. Of course, technological solutions are complex, and if we had, let's say, 5,000 euros somewhere on reserve, which could be used even offline in emergency situations, and then, of course, you have to have some technical elements in place. So you would have, on your mobile, you would have some sort of an offline payment system available if everything collapses. Well, from the legislator's point of view, it is very challenging, and we had in-depth discussions in the EP commissions for for that? What is the role of the ECB, for example? So we've received some questions from the audience as well. Very good questions. One, what about the regulation of the digital euro? Is it so that private consumers should not be afraid of the administration closing down his or her bank system? Aura, what do you think? In Europe, do you feel that authorities or the state controls us citizens too much? Well, some time ago, this would have been utopian opinion, but now looking at the US, how citizens distrust their administration, it's not that unrealistic anymore, I must say. I recently went to Spain with my political group from the EP, and electricity collapsed, nothing worked. We couldn't receive money, and there was no electricity, and well, I didn't have any cash. I couldn't buy a bottle of water. I was somewhere in the middle of the city. I couldn't use Google Maps. I didn't have any card. I didn't have any cash. And then I realized the situation I was in. I couldn't buy a bottle of water. If I had had an offline payment system in this situation, I would have been happy. So you only understand it when you really get into trouble, like I did in Spain. So we should have security, more security. We have to be prepared for everything. This is not about the end of the world. I mean, it can be. It can happen any time, like it happened in Spain, that the electricity grid went down. So it doesn't have to be an external threat or attack. It can be anything, any disaster, and we need an offline payment method for these situations. Masa, well, payment systems are always developing. What kind of payment systems or payment services will become more common? How will people pay in the future? Everything online, everything mobile? Yeah, I believe that online trade will keep on increasing and developing. Well, Finland is exceptional in this case because account-based transfers represent more than half of online trade. So people buy things online by using bank transfers. And of course, they also use their cards. So we are in a specific situation here. So bank transfers are very common in Finland. Well, many people, of course, pay by cards or with their mobile devices, Apple Pay, Google Pay, so they can be also used for online purchases. So they will increase their market share. And also we have new online payment system being introduced for online trade, bank-based systems, for example, and now the digital euro. So new opportunities are being launched all the time. So I believe that bank transfers made online will decline, and then more and more consumers will use different payment methods. Of course, in the future, maybe AI-based payment systems, agent-based payment systems that work through applications or somehow. So there will be new methods for banking and payments. And this is something that will be our future. Well, I have another question from the audience. What about the role of cash? Will we still use cash or not? Well, as a representative of the Bank of Finland, of course, you can always pay. And in the legislation package for the digital euro, cash is very much involved. So it will be a package, digital euro plus cash in Europe. And of course, well, euro banks, euro coins and nodes are still widely used, and of course security features are always added to cash, so it will not go anywhere. Thinking about regulation and thinking about the development of payment systems, so services are being delivered online, everything is online, so and the border between a physical shop and online shop is disappearing. You can easily load your car, for example, charge your car by using your mobile phone, even at a distance. So what about consumers and legislation's perspective to these matters? Well, of course, thinking about the digital euro and how some additional services could be added to that, delivered by the private sector. Of course, there are many open questions here. What about the complaint system, and what happens if something goes wrong, and how the consumer can file a complaint and so on? How will he be compensated if something goes wrong? So there are many open questions here.
Tässä kehityksen myötä, niin esimerkiksi nämä kaksi nyt tulee heti mieleen, että niihin kannattaisi varmaan sitten jo ennalta perehtyä.
Are questions that have to be solved before the digital euro is introduced. Well, our legislation is quite comprehensive already. So cyber legislation is also part of this, and I think it's up to date. Well, I wouldn't, of course, banking regulations are already in place, but they have to be developed all the time to take the consumer's point of view into account. Why do we choose Apple Pay, for example? Because it's so easy to use. So we should think about this from the consumer's perspective. Now that we are applying adopting the central bank-based approach, of course, it creates security. But of course, consumer services have to be delivered and designed by the private sector. They are easier to use in that way.
We had a question from the audience on the relation between central banks and commercial banks and the division of tasks. And the digital euro is a good example where the division of tasks is such that there is a tight cooperation. An example, we have the Bank of Finland, then we have the commercial bank OP Finland participating as a pilot bank, and there were reasons for why on European level a public operator would develop such a thing. One reason is that there has not been a European level alternative. There might be single available solutions around Europe, but it's still a fragmented picture. Aura, is this a good justification for EU institutions to promote such a project? And what would be the right division of tasks between the commercial and public sector? Well, private sector-based opportunities would not have been possible because we didn't have the legislation, and the ECB wasn't able to do it before we had the legislation on the basis of which such projects could be promoted. We are now constructing this for the ECB, and I think that is problematic because they will get an advantage on the technical application, on data management, and it brings a big difference. And when we look at the consumer interface, we have the Bank of Finland, who is responsible for it here in Finland, and then we have the commercial banks and their role. But still, we are constructing such a competitive advantage for a public operator, the ECB, and I think that it's not good for the market. I used to work for an American company and we wanted to launch a similar thing, but we weren't able to do it because we didn't have the legislation, and that just says that we cannot do it without the legislation, and now this is done for the ECB. What would you say that be the right division of tasks between private and public, and do we have the prerequisites for such cooperation? Why we are doing this in a centralized manner is it's more coordinated, it's more secure, but what has happened, as Tuomas said, from Southern Europe, we can find commercial bank networks, Visu, for example, or the Nordea Bank cooperation, Siirto service, direct bank transfers. So it brings value to the commercial operator through the user experience being enhanced in comparison to usual mobile banking, for example. And we can also respond to the Bank of Finland's needs here. But if we want to move forward on European level, the only way actually to synchronize this development process is do it ECB based. For example, if we want this rapid payments to work European-wide, it took quite a while when we started to wait for people joining. And if it's not developed on a centralized level, we cannot do it in sync. Paula, does the consumer mind whether a service is provided by a public operator or commercial one? No, I don't think so, but there is one big consumer group where people would want it to be a public provider. Finns usually trust the public operator, and how well do the consumers know the digital euro? Well, half of the people we asked hadn't ever heard about a digital euro. So now it would be a good time to communicate on it, and we will have, of course, this change resistance. Now, I don't know if it's a too strong term used in this context, but it would be good to already communicate about it, whether it's secure and how it would function and what it means. Easy to use is something that the consumer adopts more easily, and the consumer must be able to trust that it's safe and secure to use. Let's start concluding. Trust came up as a term here, and the aim, of course, is to construct such economic infrastructure to which the consumers can trust. How can we build such trust in these infrastructures? Well, in Finland, on average, we tend to trust the authorities and the public operators. In Finland, trust is pretty high also towards commercial operators.
Lopulta se on kuitenkin tämä yhteispeli, että jos tehdään vaikka maksuratkaisuja, siinä on EKP, Suomen Pankki, viranomainen rooli, joka tuo sen turvan siihen kaikkeen, ja sitten toisaalta
and their role,
sitten jakelee, tarjoaa ne maksupalvelut ja kehittää niistä
they are also
riittävän helppoja, sujuvia.
They also have trust, and they have developed fluent, good services. But we have to remain awake and alert and consider continuously how do we provide this safety and security. And also the consumers have to be very aware and awake as to where do they feed their payment information. So it's pretty healthy to be somewhat careful
when approaching these new things. Aura, how do we maintain trust in the time of geopolitical tensions? By providing genuinely European solutions to Europeans. In the army, I was told that I have to learn to survive when there is a total blackout. And I think that that would be a good example. We have to send the fighters to the sky even if there is a total blackout. So if we have a complete offline situation, that you would have this reserve currency, and the consumer must know that if you don't have internet connection, you still have the possibility to pay with your card or your mobile phone, so that you have an offline reserve of money. And you don't have to know anything more. What is the Bank of Finland or European Central Bank or commercial banks' role in this whole, but they know the practice. And one important message regarding the security policy outlook, that this system cannot be based on US technology, US hardware, because then it would not serve its purpose, being a genuinely European solution and providing this strategic authority, which is a question of security of supply. Well, we could even see this in 2029. Paula, will you start using digital euro? Yes, Masa, you. I hope I will get to pilot it already in advance. Aura, will you use it? Yes, if the ECB shows that it has constructed an European technology solution based on European hardware. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you also, dear audience.
Kiitokset puhujille ja yleisölle
Thank
mielenkiintoisesta
you very much for the
keskustelusta.
panelists and the
Ohjelma tällä
audience
lavalla
for an
jatkuu tunnin
interesting
päästä kello
discussion. We will
13.
continue here
Ja lämpimän puolella
at
Eurooppa-kafeesta
1
löytyy kevyttä
p.m.
purtavaa ja
and
kahvia.
you
Ja
have
sitten aivan
some
tuossa teatterin
refreshments available
ulkopuolella
at the Europe
sijaitsee
Cafe,
ravintola 5 näyttämä,
and then
joka tarjoilee
right
parhaillaan
outside
lounasta.
this
Nähdään
venue
tunnilla.
we have lunch served at a restaurant. See you in an hour.
Hei ja tervetuloa takaisin tänne päänäyttämölle. Muistutuksena yleisölle, että kaikki ohjelmat striimataan suorana verkkoon ja tältä päänäyttämöltä myös Yle Areenaan. Tulkkaus englantiin tapahtuu Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta ja päivien keskusteluun voi osallistua chatissa skannaamalla näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Welcome back to the main stage. If you would like to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. The discussion explores how Europe can strengthen its competitiveness while maintaining openness and fair trade. I will now give the floor to the moderator, Akseli Koskela.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel that is maybe the most crucial today, I believe at least so. My name is Akseli, and I'm moderating the next 45 minutes with our distinguished guests. So let me start with 3 slogans. There's Buy American, there's Made in China, and now more increasingly also Buy European. 3 years ago, this probably would have been even an unorthodox idea of talking about Buy European, but today it's becoming more and more official policy. And this is our topic today. None of this is happening in a vacuum, but rather in transatlantic trade. We are seeing this discussion via Washington, what happens with tariffs. They're changing all the time. Last year, we even heard about 50% tariffs on steel products, and now they're having public hearing on 28% of certain products. Same time, we have China. China is controlling 90%, even over that, on certain rare earths that are crucial to European industries in many ways. So this brings us to the question of today. In the world of fragmentation, is Buy European a solution for us, or is Europe actually shooting itself in the foot? And this takes us to our wonderful panel. I will next introduce our distinguished, outstanding guests. On my left side, we have Aura Salla, MEP for the EPP Group, and also member of Industry Research and Energy Committee, ITRE, right at the heart of Europe industrial policy debate, basically. And this year, you were also appointed Parliament's lead negotiator on cutting EU digital red tape. Then we have Milja Kalliosaari from IQM Quantum Computers. You work with one of the most interesting companies at the moment, Espoo-born company, building some of the world's most advanced quantum computers. And just a few weeks ago, if I'm correct, in July, you became the first European quantum computing company to go public, listing on Nasdaq and the Helsinki Exchange. And then we have Tomi Kristeri, a research fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, where you are apparently researching economic security, geoeconomics, and Europe's technology and industrial supply chains. So please welcome. Well, let's start with the opening round. Short question for all of you. Yes or no? Maybe a little, a few words after that you may say. It's about trade. With the US increasingly using tariffs and we have a trade pressure, should EU or Europe respond with Buy European? Or no?
Absolutely, Europe should respond by European and choosing European technology in our public procurement. I think that's the short answer. And the second thing is that we should also bring data to these trade negotiations and put price on our data.
I think we should build European, especially in emerging technologies where the tech race is still open. We need to make sure that we actually have competitive technologies that we can procure, because otherwise we're not part of the race anymore.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Milja on build more than buy. Of course, buy might come with build, but I think the key question is a long-term strategy and not just a response to, for example, a tariff threat or a singular trade negotiation.
May I reflect that? If you don't buy European, we cannot build European. That's a hardcore fact, because we don't have enough capital, and that's what we are lacking in Europe. And no, we don't have a capital markets union, and no, we will not have it anytime soon. But if European public sector is not trusting and choosing European technology, you can never build it here. So that's why it's important.
could comment, we are in an industrial dilemma, basically. We're talking about origin rules, we're talking about competitiveness. So, Aura, you have been very vocal in Brussels about origin-based rules. Industries like us, we have been somewhat uneasy with Made in EU discussion. So my question is, aren't we globally dependent on different value chains? How do you view this?
Completely. What comes to hardware, what comes to chips, we are dependent on global supply chains. Particularly, we are tied to the US, we are tied to Taiwan as well, and we are using mainly US technology, and it will never change if we don't make bold moves. And that's why I'm advocating so strongly and boldly to buy European and choose European and build European, because if we don't start doing it today, yes, it will take a decade, but it will take longer if we don't act today. And that's why I'm bringing also the security concerns on the table time and time again, because I don't think that we will not wake up if we don't realize what's happening here. We all know that our public sector could be down in less than 1 hour if the US would use the kill switch. And this is a hardcore fact. It's not something that I'm just making up. So that's why I'm saying that we need all these actions right now. However, of course we need trusted partners. Of course we need to be open to the global world. It goes without saying, we will need the US now and in after that decade, for sure. But what we have to put on the table, that matters. We have so much talent, and we also have quantum companies, world-leading ones. We have great talent when it comes to chips, high technology, but we need to use these power switches that we have to be in this global game and trust in our own technology as well.
Milja, from where you sit, your company probably has lots of collaboration and customers in governments and research labs. From where you sit, how do you see the EU content quotas, for example?
You're correct that most of our clients are publicly funded, for example, governments, RTOs, universities, national laboratories, for example. So yes, procurement is highly important. But maybe I could elaborate on the building point, because I think that's especially important in quantum. For example, what Finland has done, for example, together with VTT and IQM through innovative public procurement is a great example of how you can procure and build at the same time. So VTT and IQM together produced a new quantum computer that didn't yet exist. We started with 5-qubit computer, then 20, 50, and now we're scaling towards 300 qubits. So this procurement has created, well, first of all the first revenue and client cases, but also new IP and ecosystem around it. And this is a very good working model that I think we could scale on EU level as well.
Tommy, let's strip away from the politics for a second. From geo-economic standpoint, is Buy European actually a coherent strategy? How do you view?
Well, I wouldn't call it coherent strategy. It's kind of an amalgamation of different policies and different tools that the EU uses, and also kind of tools that the EU already had existing before this kind of security frame was ever in place. But they have been now kind of subsumed under one title, which is, I think, is good. It's good that the EU has a kind of a strategic vision, but due to these kind of factors, it's not really a coherent strategy in all respects. But I don't think it needs to be entirely coherent. It is good to have flexibility, and it also comes with the territory with the EU, with the 27 member states and so on. It's good to have a policy toolkit that can fill many different gaps when needed, but still, it's maybe might not be as coherent as is maybe that you could, if you listen to the Commission, for example, the signal is more coherent than the actual policy toolkit, I think.
Let's move a bit to the two superpowers in Europe between Washington, Beijing, China, USA, Europe there somewhere in the middle. Tom, you may also tell me, you've been written about Europe being caught between the two. There is Washington controlling semiconductors, manufacturing equipment, Beijing more controlling raw materials and processing on that side. So the word autonomy, which dependency can we live with and which ones we cannot really live with?
Well, typically you would differentiate between critical dependencies and non-critical dependencies. Of course, you cannot be entirely independent. That's a complete economic and otherwise political impossibility. But you need to specify the dependencies that are are at the end of critical functions, something that we cannot live without, that we know if they are disrupted, we would have, for example, societal upheaval, we would have power shortages, outages, or just a non-competitive Europe. So we need to pinpoint those critical dependencies. And that requires kind of brain power, it requires coordination, and requires information. And that's also kind of the pivot that the EU has now done, I think, which is a very good thing, on kind of developing this ecosystem and apparatus for gathering information and coordinating, and not just throwing money at the problem, which might not always be the best possible solution.
That's a good point. Then 10 critical technologies that have been chosen. Milja, how do you view quantum computing is literally one of them, and then there is, of course, semiconductors and AI. If you could fix just one of those dependencies with single policy decision, which one would it be?
Well, I wouldn't focus on, let's say, a material dependency, but a manufacturing bottleneck. We're seeing that, especially in quantum, the industry is now moving into industrialization phase. And many nations, such as, for example, US, are investing heavily in quantum chip manufacturing. They put around $1 billion US through the CHIPS Act to establish a quantum chip foundry. And we are seeing that this is the path forwards in many ways. So in quantum, we are recognizing that similar things are happening as in semiconductors a few years back. And we need to make sure that Europe actually has the capabilities of actually producing the best tech that we possibly have. CHIPS Act 2.0 can be maybe one tool for this, but it's important to understand that the tech development is actually happening now, and the other nations, such as US and China, are really heavily investing in this.
Well, then let's go back to Brussels. Aura, when we have 27 member states. Can we really agree on strategic autonomy? What does it mean in practice? Or are we building actually like regulatory island here?
We already have a regulatory island, and it's really difficult to now get rid of this regulatory mayhem that we have been building. And I'm the main rapporteur on the GDPR review, and we are trying to enable more data use. But the problem is that our social democrats are basically blocking everything what comes to trying to enable more data use. We cannot build this frontline technologies if we don't have data and capital. And those are the two things that we are lacking in Europe at the moment. And this data, we give it for free for Chinese and US companies at the moment, and we don't even value our own data. We have different kinds of data. We have, of course, industrial data, we have behavioral data, traffic data, metadata, and then we have, of course, our own private data, and personal data. And you need to differentiate that. But what you can do with even traffic data, you can do profiling, and that's what Google and Meta, how their business models are actually built up, right? And we are giving all this data for free. Anyone who opened this morning TikTok, you started giving Chinese authoritarian regime your data for free. Who helps Putin in Ukraine. This is global politics for you today. So Europe needs to understand that, yes, this is a question about competitiveness, but it's also a question about security, global politics, and dynamics there. But when we want to build these new technologies, and if we ever want to have our own AI models that can also globally be leading technologies, you need to enable much more data use. And But that's where we come to this hardcore political fact in Brussels, that it is very difficult because on the other hand, we have these kind of a privacy hawks that say that you cannot use data. And then you have social democrats who wants to obviously secure everything for the government and doesn't want to open data use. So it's very, very difficult to try to be a market liberal here and enable our companies to grow and enable more data and capital.
AI mentioned, and also many questions we have received here. Maybe one on AI from the audience. Anyone can reply. What do you think about the situation with European AI? Isn't it suffocating for AI development in Europe? And is it leading to a dependence on the USA or China?
Well, we already have the dependency with China and the US. That's a hardcore fact. We don't have this kind of on platforms, US is leading. What comes to AI, you need to also differentiate what you mean by AI. Machine-to-machine learning, general AI models, what do you actually mean by that? But we don't actually have alternatives in Europe at the moment. Why we don't have that is that we don't enable them to grow. Of course, we have, even in the EU, 23 different languages. And you remember that the Finnish broadcasting company had this huge campaign that, give us your speech. And that's where it comes to. They need to have this kind of a raw material data, Finnish language there, that they can train these models. So, and it cannot be that public sector is running this change and leading. It needs to be led by private sector, but it's impossible. Because the hardcore fact is that the GDPR, Meta, Google, Amazon, Apple, they have an army of lawyers going around it. And then they just export the data to the US and they are developing their services in Silicon Valley for free. They don't care about the GDPR, sorry, but they don't. And our own companies, they are stuck with the GDPR and a mayhem of other regulations. So it's impossible for them to develop their services. And at the same time, try to get plus 30 million capital, it is very, very difficult. So we had this wake-up call already 5-8 years ago. Now it's time for action.
Well, maybe if I can continue from here. Maybe one thing that's from quantum perspective rather important is now that we're investing heavily on AI. For example, EU is establishing AI factories and gigafactories. I think it would be important to consider what is the future computing stack that we will actually need. And there, European technologies such as quantum are important. But we need to already consider what is needed now as we're establishing these big infrastructures that are focused on AI in order to make sure that these European technologies, once they mature, are actually part of the whole architecture. And we need to make it sure now, even though the technology itself might not be as developed as, for example, many AI technologies are.
Milja, would you agree with me that we have this kind of a problem as well, that the Commission is now focusing so much on infrastructure, but commercializing quantum even, that is the problem. And we need to have also public sector understanding what it means that we will also choose, our private sector wants to choose you, our public sector even wants to choose you. So commercializing also these technologies in Europe, that's a problem.
Well, I agree that it is important to invest in AI. It is important to invest in quantum, and I think it was good that Finland was kind of a leading country in quantum before it was cool, so to say. But the thing is that we, as Europe, also need to be on board in investing in technologies that might not be as buzzy as AI. So we need to be nimble, and which probably also includes deregulation, in investing in the emerging technologies of the future, not just because if I might be a bit of a pessimist, it is very much possible that we are already permanently behind on AI, that we cannot catch up to the extent that would be needed for Europe to be self-sufficient to the level that we're now discussing, being autonomous on AI. But we could be autonomous on something else, and we could be leading edge on something else. And with that comes being indispensable, as is now said in the jargon, on actually having others be dependent on us, which would, again, put Europe in a much better place globally.
But to be honest, we also need these AI models to develop any other emerging technologies.
That's true.
But there you're absolutely right, that then we need to have some bargaining chips there that we can use, that no one is shutting us out, that we also have some leading technologies, like we have in Netherlands what comes to chips, for example, and in Finland, actually.
Let's go back a bit to this discussion on open trade and protectionism and how you view that. Can EU procurement reform, for example, protect companies and industries in Europe from unfair competition? Is this the right tool to tackle unfair competition?
I think the question is it the right tool to combat unfair competition? Many tools might be good tools for combating unfair competition or just combating competition. The EU, of course, uses this language of unfairness and so on. It's legitimizing, from kind of a researcher's point of view, is legitimizing what the EU is doing. We can choose if we want to be very much doing something that is putting us in a legitimate position and combating unfair competition. There we can kind of position ourselves well in certain global conversations, or we can just, for example, with the US, they don't care about unfairness as such. They just care about winning. I'm not saying that Europe should be placed in that, should take up the Trumpian kind of approach, but just kind of questioning the assumptions of the question maybe. It comes with putting a researcher on a panel, I think.
Well, I think it's all about the market dominance, what the EU has been trying to do with Digital Markets Act, for example. So there we developed this very large platforms, like we are trying to tackle the unfair competition and market dominance. I would rather put it that way. So these VLOPs that are defined by this law, meaning that Google, Amazon, Apple, Meta, they are dominating this market. And what the Commission is trying to do with this enforcement is that they are forcing these companies to be more interoperable, do more portable solutions, or support more portable solutions. And then they are also looking at, let's say, Meta, that they have Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, that they would have. This needs to be separate businesses. Is it successful? No. Was it built the right way? Absolutely not. But at least we are trying to do something. But this kind of ex-ante regulation, it has never worked. I would reopen Digital Markets Act, and I would actually look at it from the perspective of how these companies make money and make business, because now that's the biggest gap there. And the second thing I would do is that I would actually make it so that it is for companies coming outside of the EU. Why? Yeah, it's protectionism to some extent, or it is. But we will never have market dominance even in our own market if we don't do that. And it comes back to this trade policy question, or then it can be a DMA question, that we would put price to our data. I keep saying this, but I will keep saying this until it happens, that data needs to be part of the trade negotiation. So two things. In the DMA, I would actually target companies outside of the EU, and the second thing is that I would put data to the trade negotiations to tackle this market dominance that we have from the US companies.
Maybe also a question on simplification agenda that the Commission has. We have the omnibus packages. Are they actually fixing the problem?
I hope so. I am the third. I have my third report, and so I'm the main negotiator from the Parliament side on the third package, deregulation package. First one was about the InvestEU financing program. Second, about the defense. And now I'm handling the GDPR, Cybersecurity and Data Act review or deregulation packages. But to be honest, it is very difficult because we don't have the same view about the situation in the EU. And mainly it is about Social Democrats and Greens that they don't agree that we should open the GDPR at all. And if you don't open the GDPR at all and enable more data use, deregulation, it's really pointless, to be honest. And we should not give up our privacy rules, don't get me wrong. Our private data remains safe for sure, but we need to do is enable much more data use for our AI training. And that comes back to the GDPR. The regulation that we see now landing and being enforced, it's actually made by the previous commission and the previous parliament, because the legislative timeline in the EU is that it takes 2 to 3 years to actually be enforced, even more. So now we see the legacy of the previous commission. So actually, this work that we are doing today, we will only see, let's say, a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. On AI Act, Omnibus, was it good? At least we got some easing up there, but not enough, in my opinion. And the next big battle will be this GDPR. We received 2,000 amendment proposals from my colleagues, which we are trying to go through now in the next months. So it will not be easy, and we will negotiate only during Lithuania's presidency next spring with the member states. So stay active, please, and help us out that we can ease up on the GDPR.
Okay. Let's move on next to a bit of questions about Nordic point of view. We have strong Nordic collaboration also in industries, and Milja, the Nordic pitch is usually about trust. It's about stability, clean energy, skills. What should Nordic governments do more of to back it up?
Well, there are many things that we could try out on Nordic scale that should be done on EU scale. And as said, we have many of the good ingredients, such as deep tech expertise, that puts us in a position where we can actually compete and have a relevant voice. We also have societies that have high trust. So, for example, working closely with governments in these security critical areas makes sense. I would maybe come back to what Aura said about demand and actually creating the industrial uptake in these sectors. So I'm happy seeing that initiatives like the Nordic Compass are really trying to fix this area, trying to get the wider industry like aerospace, energy involved in deep technologies and actually demoing what these could actually mean. So that's one area, pooling demand on a Nordic scale through, for example, certain key players from the industry side. And then another thing is, of course, wider joint infrastructure and those projects that we can do together, for example, in AI, HPC and quantum. And this could also be a link to the defense sector, as we know that that's an area where deep technologies should be studied and tried out more. But of course, for countries like Finland, we have many critical needs on that sector that it might make sense to work together to pool the resources.
How do you view Nordic in Parliament or in?
Well, maybe to add to that, I think it is a good thing that the Nordics might be able to, I think pooling is a very good idea, and also negotiating together might be a good idea. But the problem often comes with the idea that kind of that the EU is a base where you lobby basically national interests, and that can backfire now in the era where economics is security as well, where trade dependencies are security questions. That means also that trade has become kind of a collective security issue. We need to start to think about European security as a thing, European economic security as a thing that is common to all European countries, all EU member states. So I think that's one step. I think that at least the Finnish discussion, I think needs to still make, is to kind of start to understand that there is in some way a European common interest. It's not like a hegemonic one thing, but it is something. It's starting to form, I think, in this area. And we need to have a frank conversation about what that means when we are pursuing Finland's interest in the EU.
I would rather say that I would look at 4 countries. In Sweden, it's interesting. They have quite many unicorns, and I think they will have soon many interesting companies that will be listing. And in Estonia, you have many great startups, and they have digitalized also their public sector quite heavily. Then you have Netherlands, and of course they have really high tech on chips. And then one important country is, of course, France, because now they will be very bold on choosing European technology. Unfortunately, I think they will choose French technology, but fair enough. And actually, in September, the ministries are giving their proposals how they will get rid of Microsoft in their systems. So I think they will make bold moves what comes to public procurement choosing European. And I'm quite certain that Germany, Belgium, maybe Netherlands will follow this lead, and Denmark as well. So in Brussels, it's maybe not so much about the Nordic cooperation. It's about looking at countries that are doing this and leading by example and finding coalitions where we can find it. I think on the GDPR, to be honest, I'm trusting more on Ireland, for example, maybe Sweden, Estonia, finding some consensus there, but it will be difficult.
And how do you view the parliamentary, how to say it? Well, there's only limited time until the next elections. How much can Parliament actually deliver in this topic? How do you view? Is there enough time for new initiatives?
Well, the Commission will come out with a work program every year. So this autumn, we will still expect a quantum proposal. Early next year, there should be a fitness check, so more deregulation on digital files. However, if I'm not succeeding on the GDPR deregulation, I don't think that there is a point of proposing anything new. And it is very difficult because I think that there are not so many MEPs who are very invested on substance, on technology. Milja knows it very well. So it is quite difficult to have these kind of deep diving conversations. So that's why we are trying to get examples. And I'm also looking at you and any company who is listening to this that give us good examples. What do you need? How would we need to review the GDPR on your point of view on security and competitiveness angle? Because we received a lot of lobbying from many member states, but not so much from Finland, which is actually not so, it's not a great thing for EU lobbying from many companies in this country, where it should be really leading on this one. So I have high hopes that we can still succeed on some deregulation, but there will be plenty to do for the next Commission and the Parliament as well.
Yes. There are many questions coming. I'm trying to catch them from the pad here. Maybe one here. Multi-speed integration was a hot topic some years ago, but it seems that it's quite absent from today's EU discourse. Could we work on this either on the Nordic level or in general to spearhead the track on critical tech and related industrial initiatives? Does this some?
Do you want me to take it or?
I'm not so. I'm more worried about other issues than multi-speed integration. I think what I'm worried about is that there might be a multi-speed disintegration coming if some of the elections in Europe that are now coming up will turn out in a way that is with parties in government that are quite hostile to common European interests. I think that can result in multi-speed integration. But if we're looking at Germany and France, which probably would be countries that would spearhead multi-speed integration, then I think those dreams are maybe also kind of maybe buried. Hopefully not. And I hope that there are, in the future, we also kind of keep on going with integration and maybe even multi-speed integration in a way that we can advance policies that are maybe not entirely hegemonic to all European members. Maybe some members might be able to get on board with a shared agenda, maybe, but I'm maybe old school and maybe kind of also maybe annoying in focusing on that we need to have the entire EU on the table if possible, but
to be honest, on multi-speed EU, it means it's not about the single market per se so much. So yes, we have a euro area, we have a Schengen area. On defense, some countries were doing more. But to be honest, what comes to the single market and this kind of regulation that we are talking today, there is no multi-speed Europe. So you shouldn't mix two things. Digital regulation is for sure for everyone, and you cannot choose. So yeah, that's why the conversation in this matter is not so relevant.
Yes. EU single market is something that is always repeated. It has to be enforced and developed and deepened. And many times it's about member states not implementing the rules. How do you view, is there something about single market that we still haven't really touched upon? Like or is it really the member states and their responsibility to implement what has been decided?
To be honest, when you talk about the single market, you need to ask what are you actually talking about? Are you talking about energy market, digital market? Are you talking about the capital markets? What are you talking about? There is no such a thing as single market per se. It's about policy fields and actions and regulations. And no, there are no low-hanging fruits. If there would have been low-hanging fruits, they would have been collected already. So sorry, there isn't. So yeah, in the single market, things are going forward when it comes to banking regulation or digital regulation. But the thing is that in Barroso Commission, you still saw a lot of directives, which meant that the member states were implementing and enforcing them very differently. Then during Juncker Commission and also von der Leyen, the first Commission, you moved more to the regulation, which means that the member states should implement and enforce it as it comes. But that being said, still many members are lagging behind on that one. And also, it's also how you interpret the rules. On the GDPR, for example, in Finland, they have been very religious on that one. In many member states, not so much. So it's also about the regulator and how they are enforcing the rules. But the next mantra that should come is actually not so much about the regulation, but enabling, harmonizing, and giving up this regulation. That would be is my political Northern Star.
Mm-hmm. Then maybe still a bit about this European preference, the original title of Buy European also. Do you have any ideas? Should we really talk about European preference in public procurement, for example, in horizontal way or more like in a sector-specific legislation, origin-based questions and European questions in that sense?
Well, at least you mentioned economic security. We are already recognized in certain sectors that are critical for EU. It's not only deep technologies, but also defense for obvious reasons. So in that sense, I think sectoral analysis is necessary. But then again, I think procurements can be done a bit more, let's say, intelligently. For example, innovative public procurement, in my opinion, is a good model because it actually requires both entities to develop something new. So you're not just buying something, for example, off-shelf technology, but actually developing the ecosystem and IP around it. And this has been very successful in emerging technologies. Of course, this has been mainly done on smaller scale, for example, in Finland, but in US, DARPA is using this model, for example, for mission-oriented programs. And I would hope to see something similar in Quantum Act.
Mm-hmm. And I think kind of inserting a kind of a asterisk is that when we're talking about, for example, public procurement, is that we also need to do public procurement well. There's a big risk on, and the reason why we haven't been doing that much public procurement is that we want to have a field of competition where companies are actually competing and becoming better, and then can provide better services, better products. And the kind of the original fear, and I still think a threat in public procurement is this lingering threat that we are buying, might not be buying the best. And if we have one buyer who buys anything, then the push for the provider to actually become better through market competition might not be as big as possible. If you look at China, for example, they've developed an extremely competitive market, and it's not entirely through procurement, by public procurement. It is through very, very explicit and hardcore competition to the extent that there are basically no margins in, for example, AI or technology, and like automobiles and EVs in China. So I think it's good that the EU is pushing for a strategy to actually develop up an industrial base and a technological base. But there are threats lingering there, and we need to do what we are doing well.
Mm-hmm. Well, China, I don't think we can compare because an authoritarian regime and it's a protected market. So I wouldn't make a comparison there or take an example from there at all. The problem in Europe is that even we want to buy European, we don't have the hardware here. We don't even have the software that we could buy. We have cloud, we have quantum, we have cybersecurity, but building up our own hardware stack, it will take that decade. So now it needs to be buy with Europe or build with Europe and be realistic there. But still we need to start doing that. If we don't do that, we will never enable these companies to grow here.
Right. There's a question about GDPR from the audience. Can GDPR be more useful for American companies than for European ones?
GDPR is something that the US companies are saying that, we are doing everything by GDPR, and then they are exporting the data to the US, and then they don't have to care about the GDPR at all. That's the fact. So we have the GDPR in Europe, and our own companies are struggling with, even us, consumers are struggling with it. For these American companies, is just something that they need to do here, and then they move data there, and then they are free, and that's a fact.
There's some audience questions about security, about digitalization, digital sovereignty, and abuse of children, for example, collecting data. How do you reflect on this topic? Is there anything that we should do a bit differently in Europe?
Is this all me? Well, for sure, I think we need to always protect children, but I also think it's a more and more parents' responsibility, or it needs to be parents' responsibility. There are age limits already now in place, and we need to know what our children and our teenagers are doing online. That would be my response.
Yeah. And also one target question, if possible, for Milja, how close is Finland to distributed quantum swarm computing? And what could it
quantum swarm computing?
Is this anything that rings bells? To me, I don't know what it means even.
To be honest, I'm not an expert in this area, so
we will put it in ChatGPT and ask later.
Let's see what comes up.
All right. Well, we are almost heading the end. Where does this leave us? I think this discussion takes us to many different directions when you talk about buy European. When we look at China or the US or other directions, it brings always a bit new angle. And I think one of the real answers is that we need to build European capabilities and build it through open trade, trusted partnerships, and smart investment, and maybe single market as well. So thank you very much for this lovely discussion. It's been lovely to discuss with you, and big applaud for our panelists today. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to the speakers for this interesting discussion. The program on this stage will continue in a few moments, so I'll see you soon. Tervetuloa takaisin tänne päänäyttämön ohjelman pariin. Muistutuksena yleisölle, että kaikki ohjelmat striimataan suorana verkkoon. Ja päivien keskusteluun voi osallistua chatin kautta skannaamalla tuolla näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Hi everyone and welcome back to the main stage. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Now, let's give the floor to the moderator of the next program, Laura Halenius from Sitra.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the previous discussions, we have heard about many of the challenges Europe faces today: competitiveness, security, technological change, and the need to move faster. Our discussion starts from a slightly different angle. Rather than asking what Europe should do, we will ask who can help make it happen. Can stronger Nordic cooperation help deliver solutions that strengthen not only our region, but Europe as a whole? That's what we are exploring today. Mm-hmm. To help us to do that, I'm delighted to be joined by 3 speakers who bring complementary perspectives on Europe's future: economics, industry, and security. Here is Tobias Elin Refeld, Senior Director on Defense at the Enterprise Think Tank and Defense Track Lead for Nordic Compass, working on resilience, security, and Nordic cooperation. Then we have Heli Koski, Research Director at Etla, and one of the Finland's leading experts on productivity, innovation, and competitiveness. And last but not least, Pasi Toivonen, who leads strategic government and industry initiatives at Nokia and brings business and technology perspective on competitiveness and scale.
Thank you, Laura.
So, welcome to you all. And at this point, before we go to the panel discussion, I will just announce that you are able to ask questions just scanning the QR code and writing your questions down. And if we have time at the end of the panel, we will also take those questions. So let's start with the diagnosis. Europe's challenges are well known, but if we are serious about finding solutions, we first need to understand what is actually holding us back at the moment. So Heli, from your perspective, as an economist, what is the single biggest bottleneck holding Europe back today?
It's a long development, I would say. It started from the IT revolution, when we started to use digitalization and computers and so forth. And I would compare us maybe to the leading success country in this respect, United States here. They were able to, according to many research, they were able to take more advantage from the ICT from the very beginning compared to the European countries, not only by adopting the technology faster, but it was related to the, apparently to the better management practices and so forth. Mm. And part of the story in Europe is that we don't still, like they were able to scale up big companies. They have these big data giants. In Europe, we have a lot of talent, we have a lot of startups, but we have not been able to do such a scale of companies, large companies. And I think also this relates to the another thing we are lacking is the lack of the clusters, like Silicon Valley type of clusters, which combines companies, top universities, investors, also public sector as regulator and so forth. They succeeded also in that one. We didn't in Europe.
Yeah, we don't have a successful innovation ecosystem at the European level. So what about Tobias? Do you agree with this diagnosis or do you want to add something?
No, I think we are in a completely different situation than the US. Of course, we have so many nation states that have to find a way to work together. And to be honest, we haven't always been very successful at that. All of us who've been in Brussels for many years, we know how difficult it is to reach European agreement on anything. When we have reached agreement, no one understands what we concluded because it's so complicated and the regulation is so difficult to understand. So we have to develop an army of lawyers to sort of tell us what we meant. And I think that's here where the Nordics have a different situation. We have a completely different history, different way of trust. Yes. And maybe we can, if we seriously work together, we can bring a little bit of logic and order into this.
Yeah. I think so too, that the regulation is a biggest obstacle. Then we have the scaling problem, and also maybe the innovation ecosystem at the European level doesn't work as it should be. But how about Pasi, in an industry perspective, how do you see, what is the biggest bottleneck on your view?
May I say something about regulation first? We are touching it very regularly in our daily discussion almost with whoever. And I have been trying to introduce some kind of mental, philosophical reset or redefinition how the regulation should be. Instead of having regulation that is limiting something, limiting the alternatives, why we couldn't think and implement regulation which is enabling things, enabling the desired things to happen instead of limiting things that we do not want to happen. I mean, I think it is, from the regulation point of view, it's almost the same. It's just, which position, how you use that powerful vehicle, powerful tool that what you have, which purpose you are using it. What is the thing that you serve? Limiting or enabling? Just food for the thought. I have been testing it. It seems, okay, it has not been only yes, but I think we should talk more about it. That aspect, can we put the reset for that one as well?
Yes, please, Heli.
Yeah, I agree about the regulation, but I think what's the problem is that, okay, when you enable something by a regulation, for instance, privacy, you enhance privacy of customers. Then, on the other hand, there's a trade-off. You can limit the ways companies innovate. And there's always this different perspectives. And I think about what regulation is, that when you create enabling regulation to do, I think probably the regulators, they try to do it, but even more throughoutly think about what are consequences of this regulation to the different parties. And I think there is a little bit gap in that.
Well said. And also, in this regulatory environment now, things are moving so fast and in so many different dimensions that it's impossible. Okay, maybe not impossible, but very difficult to make perfect regulation. If it's not directly enabling, at least we should accept the fact that, let's regulate something enough. Trust our common mission as Europe or New Nordics or whatever subset of the Europe, that we share things and we dare to go after that common goal. Instead of these never-ending excuses and silos and ping-ponging. I think I'm getting a little bit tired for those excuses.
Yeah.
And then people are throwing the excuse on the stage and then disappearing and going to the back office. I think we don't have that luxury. There is a true urgency for Europe, European sovereignty. That we are not ending up being really afterthought globally for technology, for the main developments of the society. My recommendation, let's remove the excuses, let's focus in action.
Yeah. I'm really positive to hear that from the industry side, that nothing is actually holding us back.
Ultimately, yes. Yeah.
And that actually moves us to our next question. So if I'm hearing correctly, there are some obstacles at the moment, but still the Nordics could lead by example. So let's now turn from the diagnosis to the opportunities. The Nordic countries are relatively small on their own, as we know, yet together we present one of the world's strongest concentrations of talent, innovation, trust, and institutional capacity. At the time when Europe is looking for ways to move faster and strengthen both competitiveness and resilience, why should Nordic cooperation matter? What can we achieve together that neither individual countries nor the EU as a whole can currently achieve alone? And Topias, you are from the Nordic Compass, who is actually doing this. So I'm starting with you. So why might Nordic cooperation succeed where broader European cooperation often moves more slowly?
But I think sometimes we have to look at these boxes in different ways. So Europe,
yeah, principally, but it reminds me of the 1990s cluster policy we had in Finland. There was an energy cluster, there was an ICT cluster. There's a lot of similarities, except that was more like government, like Business Finland, which was Tekes then, was playing public sector was playing a bigger role. And I understand this is more firm level. This is more like a industry-wide consortia across countries, so it's Nordic concept. I'm curious how it succeeds, because then I think about, if I talked about Silicon Valley, and I think the major difference here is that this is more like a organized, you have decided that we are going to make such a collaboration, but what happened, how Silicon Valley was growing up was that it was growing more organically. And I don't know what are the consequences. No one probably knows what are the differences. But I think it's great in a sense that we know that when there's a diversity, we lack of scale in individual countries. We want a bigger scale, so let's put it all together. And then if there is diversity of knowledge, diversity of competencies, putting them together is always good. And in this context, because we, as you said, we kind of know each other in this area, then the coordination costs are not so high than if you do collaborate internationally. So it sounds like a good idea to me economically as well.
So, Pasi, do you want to comment?
I do. I love the idea of Nordic Compass. I think it's a very good framework. I have had a little bit of insights via the deep tech involvement. It was about the time to have it. I think it can show Europe also how to drive this kind of getting together. I would like to call it Nordic ecosystem. Why ecosystem? Because at least in my definition of ecosystem, it's really heavily value-driven. It's about ability to look at value flow together, forgetting for a moment that where you are coming, what is your prime interest, but really see the common target, challenge, mission, objective, whatever we call it. And aiming to do something truly what the individual companies or individual countries cannot do. So real attention in enlarging the value, distributing the value via predictable, transparent, honest way. If we are able to get that in place, and I fully trust that we can show new pace, new way of working, new best practice for other parts of the Europe, and encourage and show that this is possible. As a starting point, we cannot be naive. I mean, we are talking about competing. Organizations that have been competing tens of years, sitting on the same table and talking about same value flow, the same challenge. It's not easy, but it is doable. I have pockets of success doing it, being involved in person. I know that it's doable. And when it's done right, I mean, there are remarkable benefits for all. And when we are doing it in this context, I mean, everybody should understand that we are trying to make the cake bigger for all. Hence, you should not be that worried about the competition. That, oh my God, if I share now this product detail, what I have in the roadmap, the competition is trying to copy it and I'm losing my benefit. No, I mean, if that is your thinking, I think you should do something else. In the core team of Nordic Compass, we should really be honest what we are aiming and putting that bar very high and take that trust and that common ambition and start really doing it and accepting nothing else than set up where we really are able to share the same pulse across within those envelopes and between the envelopes as well.
Yeah.
Sorry if I sound a little bit romantic about that, but I mean, I truly love the topic. I do.
I think we need the idealistic people at this point of time. But let's move to what should we actually do, because of course cooperation is not an outcome. And we have been talking the Nordic cooperation for quite a long time, and now I think we are building the momentum. And actually, at this point, we have new kind of vehicles to actually implement that cooperation. But what should we actually do? So I would really like to force some prioritization. So if the Nordic countries could launch one joint initiative built on shared capabilities or make one major investment tomorrow, what should it be? So please choose one and tell us why it matters for both competitiveness and resilience. And well, Pasi, I would like to start this time with you.
You don't have easy ones. Wow. I think I would go for shared AI or other compute infrastructure that you really are able to get the scale benefits and use the same algorithms and algorithm innovation, have more data to drive modeling across the countries, whether it's healthcare, whether it's defense, whether it's education. I think there are very remarkable benefits. And I am not, I want to put my cards on the table. I'm not saying this because I happen to be also in a role in this EU AI Gigafactory. I am not. I try to keep it as much objective as possible. But I mean, I would go for something like common shared compute, if possible, AI optimized platform.
Can you share a little bit, because that is quite abstract thought, and many of us don't maybe understand why that actually matters. What we would really like benefit from having the shared AI infrastructure?
Okay, the benefits are actually in very many levels. Now we have, which you can call tactical or operational supply chain challenge. I mean, simply if you needed the most advanced compute components, the waiting times are astronomically long. It's difficult to get that proper compute. So having them used across the different and over the different instances, you are able to improve the utilization. So and you have better negotiation power towards the companies who are possessing those or providing those assets. So that's a very tactical benefit. And that shortage of the components or building blocks is going to continue still some years to come. So it's not just today, but it is expected to continue. Then it comes for the richness of data. I mean, more we have data, more reliable models we are able to do. And I'm using, one of my favorite topics is this healthcare, that are we able to build on individual level lifelong health journey and related preventive healthcare, for example. I mean, I think Nordics are having some of the best healthcare central data storages putting them to work together, I mean, we would be able to provide more value and dignity for the evening years of the life cycle and avoid elderly people to be sent in these care homes. They would be enjoying their own safe home, and we could make it safer, yet also provide the best healthcare and having that preventive side as well. That, I mean, we are able to predict events that are there and provide timely, accurate, effective, efficient care and support for them.
Wow.
More understandable?
I think and the overall goal, what we could achieve from that kind of infrastructure, I think it's inspirational. But Heli, I know you know a lot about this subject too. So do you agree with Pasi? Would you choose the same, or would you do something else?
Probably he knows what is working in the practice, but I would say that what we should do definitely is to ensure that we have talents, that we have skilled people, and that we attract skilled people. And we should also, this is about immigration policies. This is about the cross-border restrictions, as I understood that they are still, even though we think that the movement between the Nordic countries is easy and smooth, there are still things which can be improved. And then I think about the also one kind of idea which is not that much discussed is the structure or the financing of the universities. Nordic countries, also in Europe, it's mostly based on the public funds. And then when we complain about, so we have a deficit in budget and it's difficult to increase the number of the places for the young people. There are people who don't get to the education, higher education and so forth. And I think we should really carefully look at the obstacles. Why don't we have any of these kind of big universities, privately funded universities that United States have? What are the reasons behind? I don't know if we can attract them, but we should look at the reasons. For instance, in Finland, you can't actually, if you would establish a university, private university, you can't take students outside of the European Union countries, third countries. You know that. You know what is the reason? Because there is a law which says that to get permission to stay in the country as a student, the student has to be in one of the public universities, which is listed in the law. So
is it so?
It is. It is definitely it is. Yes, I have been investigating this topic, and the thing is that you establish a university in Finland, and I get. There's a lot of people. The market is now international in education. We are still we are getting more international, but still we are living in a world as it would be like kind of local countryside level market. Even though there are a huge number of students which go from between the countries, and there would be a lot of people coming to the universities, paying the tuitions and so forth. But you can't take them because the law says that they can't get the permission to come to the country because they are not in a publicly funded university. And I don't know what else is there, but this is one of the examples, I would say that.
Yeah. Wow, I totally hope that some politicians are hearing this conversation and taking notes at the moment, because of course, if the law doesn't make sense, then we should really change that. And I think that was a really good point. But how about Tobias?
Well, now I work in an organization, Nordic Compass, where we try to develop between 5 and 8 key initiatives every year that is to be presented every year in a conference and so on. So I really wouldn't like to pick one, but let me just say a few things about why I actually think some of these things can come to fruition or actually happen. The situation is just completely different. The whole geopolitical scene has changed. Now suddenly all Nordic governments have the same threat analysis. I think the threat analysis in Finland has always been clear, but for the rest of us, we sort of dropped the ball over the years. underspend into our defense and so on. Now the Russian threat is clear to all of us. We have a situation where what used to be our closest allies are now putting political pressure in trade deals, even on territorial demands. And we, the world of yesterday doesn't exist anymore. We really have to do a lot of things differently than we did before. And we're doing it already, let's say in defense, which I know best. We're putting a lot of extra funds into defense. So in the Nordics, we spend about 50 billion euros a year combined today. In only 4 years, we'll spend maybe 70 billion, and it will just increase. So the reality is, while we all are having great economies, actually, or fairly good economies, we are investing into areas that gives us a huge opportunity of doing things differently. So let's talk about connectivity. The Nordic dream cannot function unless we have connectivity across the Nordics.
Correct.
Or unless we have the handshakes. It cannot work on defense, because if our defense forces cannot communicate, then we don't have a common Nordic. But it's the same for capital markets, for energy, and for all the sort of key societal demands we have. And I think before we just accepted that, well, we had all these little annoyances and irritants, and we just accepted them because, we had focus elsewhere. But I think that is changing now. You have a strong commitment on political side to do things differently.
Yes.
So of course now we have an obligation as industry to match that political demand and to present answers to some of the questions that have been asked.
Yeah, the scenario where we are is completely different what it was 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
It's very sudden change. And it is changing, I think someone mentioned it already, that in so many dimensions. So it is making the situation not just complex, but also complicated. And that is making it difficult to understand in a broader society, because we, as human, we are used to have one change at a time. Now, if you were in product development, you could say that, the package and the clock is changing at the same time. What we do and how we do is changing at the same time. And that requires very careful coordination and understanding. Also to tell people what is the situation in hand, at hand, to bring the safety. This is not the time to panic. We really have to get as many people on board to understand where we are and do those plans and implementations together across the different players.
Yeah, I totally agree that we are now in the middle of geopolitical changes, rapid changes, sudden changes we don't understand why things happen. Then we are all at the same time in the middle of the technological big change. Also labor market changing. It's the whole, as Pasi said, the whole world is starting to look quite different in many respects at the same time.
And it brings unrest and different levels of scaring
uncertainties.
Yes. Uncertainties, yes.
Yeah. One of the Euro's problem is the fragmentation.
Oh yes.
So it seems that we have now the Nordic cooperation. There's a lot of momentum. We have, in a history perspective, we have had those kind of joint commitments, but now also the industry side is making alliances and promising to actually implement those needed actions. So how do we make sure that successful Nordic initiatives become European success stories, so that we are not just a nice Nordic country club? So Tobias, what needs to be in place from the start of the Nordic initiatives is to scale beyond the region and create value for the Europe as a whole, not just for the Nordics?
But to be honest, I don't think we should be so scared of a nice Nordic country club if it inspires. I think sometimes we are too Nordic. We're too what is it called? Too humble, right? I think if we can demonstrate areas where we are best in the world, the rest of the world will be inspired by. The best way we can help Europe and say, listen, we have solutions on 5G, 6G, or we have solutions in defense, or we have solutions on clean energy and a flexible energy system. And we are driving that to the max. We are not being humble about that. We are doing the best we can with what we can in those areas. And that's a way of helping Europe. It's a way of helping it because we break a path where everyone can see this is actually working. Maybe that would work with us as well. But we also, demonstrating that there are solutions, even if we are in these times of turmoil and things look, there are certain days where things look pretty bleak. But, we are the happiest and the second happiest countries in the world. We should be able to, create a way where the rest of them can see, okay, guys, there's a way out of this. So I think we should just go full Nordic and don't worry too much about, if it seems like a little local hub or club.
But keep the door open as well.
Of course, this is a contribution to Europe. It's not closing the doors. Yeah.
So leading by example.
Yeah, I would also let it to others to in Europe to look it up, the model which you build up, and to see what parts of it are replicable. Probably not all parts fit to the other parts of the Europe, but it is their task to, if they want to follow up what's going. And of course, if you succeed, and there is a lot of spillovers about the knowledge to the whole Europe. But I would also say that even if you would generate a successful model, exactly, keep the doors open, because even the Nordic countries, we don't have all the relevant knowledge. So there have to be networks open to the other parts of the world which are working on the same kind of topics.
Yeah, I agree.
How about Pasi? What do you think?
I think I'm very much the same opinion. We have enough of that scale if we got it working for the Nordics. I mean, it's very credible motion already, and it should be inviting to join the inspiration from the others. And I know that, I mean, we have actually quite good reputation in many places. Just to mention Japan and some other pockets, even in Asia. They have recently come to us and to me and talk about this kind of ecosystem thinking and innovation and how to bring different instances together, how to make that trust which we were already touching as a foundation. So I'm all in. I mean, saying it third time.
Are we too humble, maybe?
We are.
As a Nordics.
We are.
Yes.
But what is then? Humble is good in a way, and if you go to the opposite end, if you're not humble, you are arrogant. And I think we are afraid of being arrogant because arrogant is basically killing the whole initiative. So humble is inviting, it's open, it's all what this initiative needs. But I mean, it needs also determination, and the determination cannot go to the arrogance because arrogance is closing the door. So we kind of have to be very descriptive, I mean, how we are communicating.
But I think part of it is to, I completely agree with you, part of it is to acknowledge that there are some things we are not best at. And sometimes actually when you're from the Nordics, you have this presumption that we are best at educational systems, we are best at healthcare, we are best in this and that. And for those of us who lived abroad...
That makes us happy.
Well, yeah, that makes us happy. The idea of it makes us happy, right? But it might not be true. And I think that, so when you lived abroad, you realize that all our friends in Europe are pretty good at many things. And so it has to go both ways, right? Arrogance is believing we are the only ones who are good at stuff, and that's certainly not the case.
So also understanding our strengths, but also where we could be even better and concentrating also on that side. So that actually brings me to the last question, because I want to have some minutes for the audience questions. Okay, so I would like one concrete answer from each of you. What is the one decision that should be made within the next 6 months? Who needs to make it, and what should change as a result in order to actually make the Nordic cooperation happen and get the results, for example, in the AI infrastructure?
Was that one question? It felt like many questions.
So one decision, like I mean, like Heli, you said that there is this talent problem for the universities. So I think there is, for example, a good example.
Yeah, that would be a good example about one of the questions to decide about that. We focus on removing obstacles from attracting talent and getting people in. Also, other thing as a researcher, I think it's might be a good idea to from the beginning to start some sort of gather some sort of data that you can assess a bit later on that to what extent you have actually succeeded on. Because if you don't have that data, it's kind of all about the opinions that you feel that, yeah, we are doing great. This is good. But then...
I like it.
Yeah. So
it's putting us naked there. I mean, are we really doing what we are thinking what we should do? Yes. Sorry, I was...
No, I'm done.
Yeah, okay. And maybe Pasi, would you like to continue? Now I had this 2 iPads dilemma at the moment.
I noticed. Are there more questions on the other one? So
yes,
I'm getting worried. So it would be tempting to go in one of the Nordic Compass topics, this deep tech and connectivity, really making an agreement how we build that connectivity which is best. I mean, because no one prevents us doing connectivity that is covering the Nordics, that is meeting not just today's requirements, but as far tomorrow's requirements for different use cases, whether it's traveling of the data for AI training or defense cases or education. So I think that would be very, very concrete. And then on a selfish note, and I know that it is a second one, I would love to see unified high-quality decisions for this EU AI Gigafactory initiative, because there the deadline is mid-November, so that would fit very well in this timeline that you described.
Yeah, that is really concrete.
It is.
Thing. Yes. How about Tobias? I know you don't want to choose the favorite child.
No,
I suppose.
Exactly. No, and they're all my favorite children, like the ones I have at home. But no, I saw any single decision we can take at the political level that will integrate our defense systems is a big plus. And we shouldn't fool ourselves. Our defense systems are not that integrated. Even though you should think so. We share the same geography, we share the same threat, but there's so much more we could do. Common operations, common training, common procurement, a lot of things. So there's a whole... The good thing is there's such a potential there, and all of it will just increase our security. So, but any little decision is a good decision. Yeah.
And this new kind of conflict scenario, what we have been learning from these events, which are of course unfortunate in Ukraine, that has exposed how fragmented, how bad the interoperability and compatibility is within the neighboring countries.
Sure, I agree.
Quite shocking, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. We have a couple of questions and a couple of minutes, so I'm asking a couple ones. This first one is, I think it's for Pasi, you can answer this. Hoping for a view from Industry Pro, has Finland's reputation been repaired in Asian markets, especially Japan?
Has it been what?
Repaired. We have this kind of unfortunate situation with...
Oh, okay. Now, okay, that is where it's coming from. I don't know whether we have done it enough, especially for Japan. Japan is very polite, very humble culture. Where I have been there quite a few times, but I don't know. I'm not a culture expert. I think we did deliver our apologies for the event. Have we done systematic kind of way of making sure that it is understood and there is nothing preventing us? When I have been now having these discussions with the new leadership of Japan and they programs, they seem to be very much welcoming Finland, and I don't feel factors that would be slowing the progress or limiting the trust.
So they want the cooperation.
They want.
Yeah.
They want, and they value our position, they value our knowledge, they value how we operate.
Oh, that is really good to know. And then there is a question, I think, Tobias, what the Nordics should do as a framework is just getting serious started, is to include the Baltic state, at least Estonia. There's little cost to it, but would add the strengthening EU's and NATO's flanks. So do you want to comment on Nordic Compass perspective?
No. There's not a specific Nordic Compass perspective because the Baltic states are currently not part of the Nordic Compass as it is. But that being said, I mean, true. And too often we sort of forget our Baltic brothers and sisters and we talk about the Nordics as if, and then we have the Baltic states right on the other side and that are in an even more fragile situation than the rest of us. So, and which have a lot of competences and capabilities that we can learn from on IT, digital, and so on. We have a very, very close cooperation on defense. We have about 1,000 Danish soldiers in the Baltics every 6 months, and so there's so much happening, and we need to push and continue to do that. So I think yes, this is the same family.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have to leave it here. Thank you very much, Heli, Pasi, and Tobias, and thank you for being part of this discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A warm thank you to the speakers and the audience for the interesting discussion. Now it's time for another short break. The Europe Cafe is open and serves light snacks and drinks. See you soon. Hei kaikille ja tervetuloa takaisin. Muistutuksena yleisölle, että kaikki ohjelmat striimataan suorana verkkoon ja täältä päänäyttämöltä myös Yle Areenaan. Tulkkaus englantiin tapahtuu Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta ja päivien keskusteluun voi osallistua chatissa skannaamalla tuolla näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Welcome back to the main stage. Just as a reminder, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code shown on the screen behind me. Seuraavaksi tarkastellaan suomalaisen meriteollisuuden kilpailukykyä, innovaatioita ja kasvun mahdollisuuksia. Annan nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille Jyrki Alkiolle työ- ja elinkeinoministeriöstä. Olkaa hyvä.
Hyvää iltapäivää kaikille ja tervetuloa seuraamaan keskustelua suomalaisen meriteollisuuden uusista innovaatioista, erityisesti tulevaisuuden teknologioista, esimerkiksi sähköistyvästä merenkulusta ja osaamistarpeista. Minun nimeni on Jyrki Alkio, toimin työ- ja elinkeinoministeriössä teollisuuspolitiikkaryhmän vetäjänä ja olin Suomen kansallista meriteollisuusstrategiaa valmistelevan ohjausryhmän puheenjohtaja. Meillä on tänään keskustelussa mukana neljä henkilöä ja 2 kommenttipuheenvuoron esittäjää, eli ihan lyhyesti nyt vaan Tom Degerman Meyer Turusta, sitten Magnus Gustafsson Åbo Akademi, Heikki Haaparanta Satakunnan ammattikorkeakoulu ja Mika Laurilehto Rauma Marine Constructions. Ja sitten kommenttipuheenvuorot saadaan Esko Poikela Rauman kaupunki ja Risto Veivo Turun kaupunki. Mutta lähdetään liikkeelle. Kaikkihan tiedetään, että meriteollisuus on yksi Suomen vahvimmista, kasvavista ja vientivetoisimmista teknologiatoimialoista. Meriteollisuus työllistää, se luo hyvinvointia koko Suomeen ja edistää eurooppalaista kilpailukykyä maailmalla. Täällä läntisessä Suomessa on Euroopan ja maailman mittakaavassa poikkeuksellisen merkittävää risteilylaivaosaamisen, talvimerenkulun ja viranomaisalusten ja niiden rakentamisen osaamista ja vahva keskittymä. Tänään me haetaan ratkaisuja sille, miten Suomi voi vielä vahvistaa asemansa meriteollisuuden teknologisena edelläkävijänä. Käydään läpi sitä, että minkälaisia tarvitaan jatkossa
in the maritime industry. Unfortunately, the sound and the picture from the platform has been cut, so interpretation ceases for a moment.
Panelistien mielestä tarvitaan. Mutta lähdetään liikkeelle. Eli nyt aluksi pyydän jokaiselta panelistilta ihan lyhyen esittäytymisen ja nostamaan samalla yhden asian esille, mihin Suomen tulisi kohdentaa teknologiset panostuksensa, jos me halutaan säilyttää asemamme teknologian johtajamaana tässä meriteollisuudessa. Ja lähdetään liikkeelle Meyer Turusta, maailman johtava risteilyalusten valmistaja, kuten varmaan joka ikinen turkulainen ja varmaan melkein joka ikinen suomalainenkin tietää. Mutta siitä huolimatta nyt on tosi kiinnostavaa kuulla, mitenkä siellä teillä, kaupallinen johtaja Tom Degerman, minkälaisia innovaatioita teillä siellä Turussa on tulevaisuuden risteilyalusten rakentamiseksi ja minkälaisia uusia mahdollisuuksia on näköpiirissä. Ole hyvä.
No niin, kiitos. Tosiaan mun nimi on Tom Degerman, mä toimin kaupallisena johtajana. Pitäisi olla esityskin tulossa, mutta ei ainakaan vielä näy.
Nyt näkyy.
Nyt näkyy, joo. Mä oon toiminut telakkateollisuudessa yli 40 vuoden ajan. Aina asiakasrajapinnassa myyntitehtävissä tai projektipäällikkönä tai projektijohtajana tai tällä hetkellä tosiaan kaupallisena johtajana. Ja mä voin tällä kokemuksella sanoa, että yhtään laivaa ei ole Suomesta myyty pelkällä hinnalla, vaan siihen on aina liittynyt tietty innovatiivisuus, mikä nimenomaan on räätälöity markkinoiden tarpeisiin. Eli se on ehkä se niin kuin mun pointtini tässä hommassa. Toki me katsomme nyt tulevaisuuteen. Me tehdään laivat. Laivojen keski-ikä on nousemassa. Ne tulevat olemaan ajoissa vielä 40 vuoden päästä, jopa isot risteilylaivat. Että sinänsä niin kuin pitää katsoa tulevaisuuteen. Mutta mä en voi vastustaa kiusausta kertoa vähän sitä, mitä me ollaan tehty ennen ja mitä innovaatioita meillä on ollut. Kaikki ehkä ei tiedä, että Suomessa rakennettiin ensimmäinen vartavasten suunniteltu ja rakennettu matkustaja-alus Song of Norway 1970 jo luovutettiin Helsingistä toki, mutta tavallaan meidän yrityksestä. Meidän innovaatioita ei ole myöskään kohdistunut pelkästään tähän lopputuotteeseen, vaan myöskin suunnittelumenetelmiä, suunnittelua on kehitetty ja myöskin rakennustapoja. Tämä maailmankuulu hytti ilman lattiaa, se on meidän patentti aikanaan, tietenkin patentti on vanhentunut, kaikki telakat käyttää sitä, mutta pikkuista se joskus meidän hyttitehtaalla keksittiin. Me ollaan satsattu kovin ympäristötekniikkaan ja energiataloudellisiin propulsioratkaisuihin. Esimerkiksi Hatsipod on syntynyt myöskin meidän yrityksen tosi yhteistyönä, mutta kuitenkin. Ensimmäinen LNG-käyttöinen iso matkustajalaiva luovutettiin Turusta 2013. Itse olin jopa sitä myymässä silloin aikanaan, pari vuotta aikaisemmin. Oli mielenkiintoista aikaa, koska sääntöjä ei ollut olemassa. Säännöt tehtiin sen perusteella, mitä me Turussa suunniteltiin. Eli hyvin mielenkiintoista aikaa. Ja tällä hetkellä me teemme sitten huipputuotetta, Icon-sarjaa. 4. laiva luovutetaan ensi kesänä. 7 on jo plakkarissa ja mä oon melko optimistinen, että lisää on tulossa. Eli hyvältä näyttää tässä suhteessa. Toki me emme tee näitä laivoja aivan yksin. Meillä on toki paljon partnereita mukana, paljon yhteistyökumppaneita ja siitä on hyvä esimerkki esimerkiksi veturihanke nimeltä Necoliep, mikä loppui tuossa viime vuonna. Siinä tehtiin muun muassa tämä Avatarin Net Zero-projekti, mikä tähtää siihen semmoiseen laivasarjaan, mikä on täysin päästötön. Ja siinä tietenkin tarvittiin kaikkia yhteistyökumppaneita mukaan siihen hommaan. Mitä me tulevaisuudessa tehdään? No se ei varmaan mikään kauhean salaisuus, että me Royal Caribbeanin kanssa meidän nykyisen asiakkaan ja partnerin kanssa tehdään kovasti töitä seuraava sukupolvea varten. Toki mä en voi siitä hirveästi kertoa, mutta meillä on seuraava veturiohjelma menossa, hyvää vauhtia. Sen nimi on Merion ja se nimenomaan siinä kehitettävät ratkaisut tulevat laivoihin sitten semmoisiin laivoihin, mitkä luovutetaan 30-luvun lopulla ja ehkä 2040-luvun alussa. Kiitos.
Kiitos Tom. Eli kaaret on tosi pitkiä, kun puhutaan 40-luvustakin. Mennään eteenpäin. Magnus Gustafsson, toimit Åbo Akademiassa, työskentelet siellä, onko tutkimuspäällikkö oikea titteli? Mutta voitko lyhyesti kertoa, että minkälaista työtä siellä yliopistossa teette tulevaisuuden merenkulkuun liittyen ja erityisesti kiinnostuksen kohteena on nämä sähkölaivat ja sähköistyvä merenkulku? Ole hyvä.
Kiitos mielelläni. Siis Magnus Gustafsson, Åbo Akademi, tuotantotaloustutkimuspäällikkö siellä. Ja mehän katsotaan meriteollisuutta hyvin laajasti, että sehän on tietenkin tämmöisestä niin kuin ihan sanotaan näin kaupallisesta näkökulmasta, että mistä se kilpailukyky syntyy, mutta esimerkiksi tietotekniikka yhtä paljon, eri tekniset ratkaisut, uudet materiaalit, meillä on paljon siihen liittyen, mutta erityisesti nyt mitä mä haluaisin painottaa, mikä on
new materials and they are interesting, provide interesting opportunities. And electrifying maritime traffic, that is a big thing. We have to understand this like this. It's not only about engine power. What is the power behind traffic? It's a change of technology. Batteries and battery systems are developing very fast. In 2019, one battery was more than 1,000 euros per kilowatt hour. Now it's 200. So prices are dropping by 20% a year. That is a tremendous development. At the same time, EU regulation is going to a right direction here. So we are in a situation that electric boats, electric maritime vessels are already the most competitive option for maritime traffic, not in 2040, but now. Of course, ocean traffic is a different thing, but in Europe, in short distance maritime traffic, most of the vessels are already electric between, let's say, Germany and Finland. So it's a huge technological shift. When new technologies are introduced, as here, the building process changes, the operating process of the vessel changes, the life cycle changes, everything changes. So the business model changes, new knowledge and know-how is needed, investment model is changing because the most expensive parts are usable parts from now on. And all this means that vessels become part of the energy system, meaning that ports have to be electrified, meaning that a single vessel may use as much energy, as much electricity as a mid-sized factory. Finland's situation is as follows. We are dependent on maritime traffic, clearly, and here we have an opportunity to eliminate maritime traffic pollution by new technologies. Another opportunity is exports. We have tremendous export opportunities here as we are world leader in maritime technologies. Talking about electrifying maritime traffic, we have everything except producing battery cells.
Ja maailmalle, että miten tämä toteutetaan.
Kiitos. Me laadittiin TEMissä vuonna 2021 kansallinen akkustrategia, missä oli tavoitteena rakentaa koko se.
In the Ministry of Economic Employment, we built a model for that already for some time ago. Well, let's come back to maritime industry. Mika Lauri-Lehto, Deputy CEO from Rauma Marine Constructions. Could you tell us a little bit about future maritime construction?
Sähkölaivatematiikka, niin minkälainen teidän se sähkölaivakonsepti on?
What Magnus has thought of. And what is the concept of a modern electric vessel and what are the future opportunities related to that? Good afternoon, everybody. In Rauma, we've been focusing on electrifying maritime traffic already for some time, especially short-distance traffic, as Magnus said. And that is a sector where we have a lot of expertise. So Turku is building massive cruise ships, and we in Rauma, we are building a bit smaller vessels for passenger traffic and cargo traffic. At the moment, we are building 4 corvettes for the Finnish naval forces, and also we are building 2 icebreakers for the American border guard. And of course, public sector vessels are not being electrified yet. The production path is different. As for electrification of maritime traffic and competition situation in general, Asian competitors are very strong in maritime traffic and shipbuilding. So all commercial vessel projects are going to Asia nowadays. So we've analyzed the situation and we've concluded that in Europe or in Finland we have to think differently. Of course, environmental factors are important. Electrification is related to environmental goals, but also security of supply. We've seen what's going on in the world. Oil prices are soaring, and availability of fossil fuels is challenging. So locally produced energy, i.e. electricity, is key in maritime traffic, in short distance maritime traffic. It doesn't play a major role in ocean traffic, but in short distance traffic it does. So electrification is key. We have 3 different things that we are investigating now. First, electric vessels and their building expertise. So it's not as simple as that. It's not that you just take away the old engine and put an electric system in. No, you have to think differently and optimize differently the whole shipbuilding system. Batteries do not have such a long life cycle, so they have to be replaced at some stage. And this change of shipbuilding process gives us new opportunities. And when building our competitiveness, we need to aim at industrial scale action. It's been basic manufacturing so far, small scale manufacturing, that everything is built for purpose. But now we have to move towards industrial shipbuilding production. So more industrial shipbuilding is our aim. And for that, we need modular electrification systems. And also the entire business model is changing. For short distance traffic, we will not necessarily have the old system in place anymore, but new business models have to be invented due to electricity being used. So you need on-site charging infrastructure in ports all over Europe. And everything has to be thought about differently now. So very interesting. So a factory for electric vessels, very interesting. So you have to model the entire production process differently and aim at the serial production of electric vessels. So you really have to think differently, I believe. What about the knowledge pool? Heikki Haaparanta, VP from Satakunta University of Applied Sciences. Do we have knowledge and expertise in Finland for that, for such innovations? What is your role in this?
Very briefly, yes, we do have. Let's begin from the beginning. Heikki Haaparanta, Vice Rector of the Satakunta University of Applied Sciences. We continue to educate captains, maritime industry engineers, etc. I was listening to another panel discussion on maritime-related know-how. The University of Applied Sciences, another principal said that this is a matrix science or matrix business. Our idea is to support the entity, the overall picture, to stay up to pace with the current times and the new challenges. If we look at the vessel, be it an icebreaker or a cruise ship, all the same functionalities are needed as elsewhere in society. We have to be able to take into consideration the development of society, be it defense, IT systems, AI development, energy development, and many other things that happen in society simultaneously. We have to take these all into consideration in the maritime context and in the ship environment. And this requires, this is very demanding from us. It demands from our education that we can train experts who then can promote this in the future and operate with these new technologies. And then the second regulatory task we have is research. We have to find financing and research study subjects with which we can promote this whole entity. I'm sure that we can find these people, but how much in Finland can we get people involved in the education, in research, so that we can keep up to pace to international competition in maritime industry development? What is essential for know-how in the future? That is IT system and IT system development, analogy to cars and telephones. Everyone knows what happened to Nokia phones, from physical buttons to tactile windows, and just your imagination was the limit to what could be achieved. The same goes for cars. They start to be platforms, and we have platforms where we operate, and technology is renewed always, all the time, and in an agile manner we can then accept and introduce into use new systems. Yes, this was a warm-up round. Now I'd ask questions. I hope answers from all of you. First of all, innovations and promoting them, encouraging innovations. Is Finland, is the EU such that they encourage new solution innovations? And if we look towards the third countries, are we wiser somehow, or should we take example from somewhere else? Who would like to start? Tom. Well, to start off, the situation is pretty good. Our society supports entrepreneurship, and in our genes, we have the will to be good, be best, win the game. And during my long shipbuilding career at the shipyard, I think it's not different from other sectors. In our society, we have a will to do well and be good. And regarding then the state involvement, I mentioned the engine program, which we felt very good, because it forces us into cooperation with universities. That wouldn't maybe happen without someone forcing us to do that. Every CEO wouldn't think that they have to invest in university cooperation if economies are tight, as they have been in the past years. So it forces us to cooperate with small and medium-sized companies, and it forces us to cooperate with such SMEs which are not directly involved in the naval or maritime business. And we can find new ideas and areas where we can try out things without greater risk. I think this functions pretty well. And regarding the European Union, I think that European Union, it woke up to maritime industry as a resource, not only as it used to be thinking about the cruise ships and how to increase tourism, but that we really do something, we develop something, we innovate. And I think that if we can keep this speed up and implement the new EU maritime industry strategy, I'm sure that the direction is better, for the better. What about the others? Mika, yesterday I visited the United States Embassy, and the ambassador said when he was presenting Congress representatives from the US, he said that everyone in Finland is an engineer. Well, and that everyone is open and discusses with each other on an equal basis, and that functions. We genuinely do share. We're such a small folk that we share pretty openly information. We cooperate on different levels with universities of applied sciences, universities, schools, high schools, shipyards, and then we have the strong maritime cluster, and the universities in a very practical manner support technology and the industry. And I have to mention that, of course, financing is good through Business Finland. On European level, we are still kind of looking for our looking after our national interests there. But I think that it starts to function pretty well there as well. To continue on from that, although I agree with Tom and Mika's positions, I would be somewhat more critical. We have good research, yes. We have good engineers, yes. And we're good in creating technologies. But then commercialization, taking into use technology, because it's not enough to have a good new technology. You can't just force it into the old model. You can't reap the benefits of it there. So the modes of operation are important. If we have new technology, how do we generate money from it? That means commercialization, and that brings about another question. In Finland and in Europe, we have good innovation funding, but when we look at scaling and commercialization, then it stops. And there's a big difference between us and China. China has been investing in commercialization. It's not enough to have innovation. You have to make it function. You have to put it out there. You have to get money moving, of course, but the big innovations, they come once the new technology is introduced into use. Heikki. I can agree with the previous speakers. The situation is good, the direction is correct. But one thing which we always don't agree on is the chain of suppliers and the subcontractors who don't have available all the same mechanisms and funding. And I would hope that we could target them in research as well, because we cooperate closely with our subcontractors, and a big share of the work, the actual work, is done there. So developing them would also help us develop. Good, thank you. I was prepared for an in-depth discussion, and I thought that we would have 60 minutes, but now we only have 45 minutes, so we have to tighten our speed. How can we ensure keeping up competitiveness in Europe and in Finland? I can begin. System know-how is important. We have a totally digital supply chain. That is important. I hope that we remember that we have to invest in our education and research, even though we have to make savings everywhere now. We can save, but within some years the savings might become very costly because we have to invest in education and research. What I'd like to say, we talk a lot about education and research, yes. That is, of course, important for us as well. But when we talk about competitiveness, on the commercial side, goodwill from state is required. Otherwise, we cannot construct big passenger vessels in Finland. And then the second segment, which we haven't talked so much about, are the military vessels, authority vessels, border guard vessels, because there is a need. The authorities and politicians also have to participate in our marketing commercialization efforts. And now we have been able to get the authorities on board selling our produce. And with this, I'm sure that we can achieve good results. Okay, we touched upon this already, but what policy measures would you call for from European decision makers and Finnish politicians so that technological know-how and competitiveness would be high and up? Heikki. So introducing new technology into use, that is important to de-risk this process. Yes, I agree. And still, the state programs, what we have to continue them. And EU's new strategy gives and will give good tools and money for this process. Heikki, research and development investments are needed so that it is targeting the whole value chain, different sizes of companies. That's how we manage. Mika, shaking up the business models, I think, is one way, so that we would have European business models, that we wouldn't proceed with the same old ones, and we would do some things differently, and we would take digitalization and modern technology, and we can see then that the earlier business models don't function so well anymore. At Rauma, we don't own our shipyard. We rent it from Kesko. That's a good example. We have to rethink things.
Hyvä. Mä ottaisin nyt tässä vaiheessa sitten kommenttipuheenvuorot ja kommentoijat kanssa mukaan tähän keskusteluun. Lähdetäänkö
I'd like to involve the commentaries in our discussion. Esko Oikela, Mayor of Rauma. So how do you see this in Western Finland? In Western Finland, there are significant maritime and shipbuilding expertise and a lot of skilled employees. So how do you feel after this discussion? What is the role of the city of Rauma here? So Esko Poikela is my name, Mayor of Rauma. Well, one role for the city of Rauma already was brought up in this discussion. Well, the city's role is important, especially if we are talking about electrifying ports and vessels and shipbuilding processes. Of course, in such massive projects, public sector and the cities have a significant role. After having heard this discussion, I'd like to bring up a few matters. We are talking about innovations and technology, and what is the technology that is needed now that maritime traffic is electrifying and so on. But of course, in order to be successful, we also need innovations for more streamlined production processes to improve the physical production process. So new investments have to be made all the time, and we need to invent and reinvent ourselves all the time. Modular production processes, for example, we have expertise in robotics, for example, and in many shipbuilding production stages we have a lot of expertise in different parts of Finland, and all this has to be used more effectively in the future and efficiently. So man hours for building a vessel is an old measure. We need to think the whole system differently if we want to be competitive. And then what is the role for the public sector, for cities in Finland? Well, our role is important important because we are an excellent partner. We are smoothing the way. We are assisting companies to grow better and so on. We take care of land use and land use planning. So we take care of our tasks in the public sector. So we should be recognized as a reliable, good partner, not only for those main players, but throughout the entire value chain, also your partners and other suppliers. I know Western Finland fairly well. I know the extensive partner network that is involved in shipbuilding and maritime industries, for example, and I know that these suppliers, they appreciate cities and towns in the area because those players can facilitate their work. And of course, public sector plays an important role in education. They are producing experts, educating and training professionals for maritime industries and so on. So public sector plays an important role here. All educational establishments, projects, their funding and so on. So the public sector can also establish fora where experts can meet up and discuss these things. Shipbuilding and ships are mirroring the society around them, so similar mechanisms work also in shipbuilding industries. So this event is a good example of this meeting forum I was referring to. So you meet relevant people, you can discuss things, you can receive new ideas, you can have ideas from entirely different sectors, from the humanities, not only from technological experts. So that was all from my part at this stage. Thank you very much, Esko. And next I hand over to Risto Veivo, a climate director from the city of Turku. Well, maybe you would like to say a few words. So new technologies are being introduced in maritime traffic, new fuels and engine power systems are taken into use. So how do you feel after this discussion? What is your role? So deeds play a bigger role than words. So what have you done in Turku, for example, and how do you work together with shipyards in Turku, for example? Well, thank you very much. So I'm Risto Veivo, Climate Director Turku, and there's also one in Helsinki, by the way, because you first thought that I was from Helsinki. All right, so a lot is going on in maritime sector, and as Esko said, a lot of cities are also involved in this industry. Also in Turku, we are delivering energy to Meyer shipyard, and of course public traffic serves the shipyard as well. We are doing a lot. We have different educational pathways towards maritime technologies and industry. You can specialize in those industries already in high school in Turku, and we work closely with all actors in the value chain in Turku. So this industry is very important to us. Of course, we are facing many crises, climate crisis, sustainability crisis, and so on. And young people are fairly pessimistic about their future. We've been surveying this topic, and therefore it's very important to have important players like Meyer in Turku, other strong shipyards and shipbuilding industries who can create trust towards future among young people. We've been talking about this from a European perspective, and Turku is very much involved in European-wide work. We are part of the least fossil fuel-based cities in the in Europe, and we are aiming at zero carbon targets by 2050. And Meyer is one of our key partners here when we are trying to reach our ambitious climate goals. We are not only reducing emissions, but we are also giving a strong signal to youth and children in Turku area. There are future prospects and perspectives in Turku. It is fascinating to be able to provide these opportunities to young people in Turku. They can study the field, they can specialize in it in our schools and universities, and this can be done in a sustainable, responsible way. And then, of course, funding. In Turku last week, we closed a new fund which is directed at sustainable innovations in maritime industries. The city of Turku is one of the investors in this new fund, and Magnus was calling for innovations and more resources for innovative action, so we've responded to this need. Public sector's role is very important. Cities and state play a major role here, but also capital is needed, private investments. So we need to increase the attractiveness of the sector to attract investments from all over the world in a sustainable way, so that it's worth investing in also in the future. I'd also like to thank Meyer, not only for their climate action, but also their nature conservation actions in Kalliokoru area in Turku. Thank you very much. Well, that was very interesting. Based on that, I'd like to continue on that and putting a question to Magnus and Mika. Yesterday, we saw a Chinese vessel that was electric vessel. So there's a lot of competition. So what is our competitive position in Finland? Can we compete with China, for example, in maritime electrification? Well, of course, China is a very strong competitor, but we have to make sure that we can handle the entire chain. It's not only the vessel in maritime logistics. There are many other elements as well, so we have to make sure that we can produce everything that is needed, not only the vessel itself, but also the electrification infrastructure on land, the charging infrastructure and everything, taking care of emissions and so on. So the entire infrastructure is our approach. The entire maritime traffic corridor is our aim. I'd like to continue on that. A very interesting question. So maritime traffic is electrifying. It will happen quite quickly, actually. The question is, who does it? Is it China, or can Finland compete in this? It is a massive industrial technological shift here. This is a unique opportunity for us. We have competence and expertise for that. The question is whether we just sit still or whether we start doing something. Well, just to wrap up, one wish to Finland and to European decision makers. What should be done in order to be able to use all the resources before others do it? Well, our shipyards wish is, now that we have all the strategies in place, now it's time for implementation. I'd like to add that if we hadn't these shipyards, most of Finnish maritime industry would decline. So shipyards play an important role in the entire industry. We have two vessel types where we can compete. We have icebreakers and big cruise ships or big passenger ships. Well, all right, let's move on. research and education, they need more investments. Mika? Well, I'd like to continue on what Esko said. We need fora where we can exchange ideas. We are all good at something, so we need a place where we can exchange ideas and best practices and so on. So this is something we need help for. Esko? We need European coherence here. We need to secure Europe's competitiveness against Chinese competitors. A Chinese way of building ships is very different from ours. We need to compete with innovation, production, efficiency, and so on. We should be best in class in those categories. While taking into use how to implement new technologies and how to reduce the risk in the implementation phase. How do you do that? Well, that is, well, let's take China as an example. There are operators in China, public operators, that bear the risk of launching new technologies and implementing new technologies. That it means that private sector actors do not bear the risk, the public sector does. Risto, I've been involved in IPCC work for a couple of years, so I have a global perspective to this, and I'd say that Finland, Europe, Rauma, Helsinki, Turku, we are climate leaders in the world. We have unique expertise in shipbuilding, many capabilities. We should keep this role. We should compete fiercely for our position, which is excellent at the moment. So let's not be too modest here. We are best in class, and we should continue on that route. And let's take all these good ideas on board. Thank you very much. I have to say that when we were preparing the National Maritime Strategy, we were discussing these matters, exactly these matters that we've been discussing in this panel. So we are well on track. We have good basis, we have expertise, we have capabilities to move forward. Of course, we need to be very determined, have clear objectives in mind. In that way, we can succeed in this fierce competition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lämmin kiitos puhujille ja yleisölle.
Thank you very much.
Viimeinen ohjelma tällä lavalla
our panelists, our audience. The last event or program item for this afternoon starts after a short break at 15:45. See you then.
Strategy also emphasizes innovation and technological leadership, finance and investment, and skills. Finland's Maritime Industry Strategy 2035, due to be published this autumn, is also very well aligned with this framework. It addresses technological leadership, skills, exports and new markets, government vessels, procurement, security of supply, investment, financing, and ownership. It is safe to say that the maritime industry is entering a new era. In this discussion, we will explore how to make the most of these strategies and whether they complement each other. We will also consider whether these strategies are sufficient to ensure that Europe and Finland can remain competitive and what needs to happen next. I am now pleased to introduce the speakers of our discussion. Sirpa Pietikäinen, Member of the European Parliament, please welcome.
Thank you.
I would also like to welcome Anu Ahola, who is Head of Strategy at Meyer Turku and Vice Chair of the Board at Finnish Marine Industries.
Hello. Also joining us is Mika Nieminen, President and CEO of Rauma Marine Constructions, as well as Chairman of the Board at Finnish Marine Industries.
Hello, everybody.
And finally, Christophe Titrat will join us from Brussels. He's Secretary General of Sea Europe, which brings the European maritime industry together. Hello, are we in contact with each other?
I can hear you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now. Welcome
Fantastic.
to all. Yes,
thank you.
Very well. Everything seems in order. Let us start with Christophe Titrat. Is the industrial strategy adopted in the spring the one Europe has been waiting for, and is it sufficient? Or is something missing? And can you highlight 3 things that are the most important to implement immediately, and why?
Well, first of all, many thanks for the invitation and apologies for not being there in person. Before I can answer your question, I would like to take you just one step back where we are coming from. I think we all need to realize that this European Industrial Maritime Strategy, which was issued in March, is both unique and unprecedented. It is unprecedented because it is the very first time that the European Commission has made a very strong political commitment in support of shipyards and maritime equipment manufacturers in Europe. Just to give you an idea, when I started in Sea Europe in 2016, Brussels had actually largely forgotten about the existence of shipyards in Europe. That's how, let's say, bad the situation was at the time. And secondly, the strategy is also unique because for the very first time, we have in one and the same political document the challenges of shipyards and equipment manufacturers on the one hand, and those of the shipowners on the other hand, brought together in the same document. Now, is this a strategy that we have been waiting for? I would dare to say yes. And the reason is very simple. The strategy largely reflects the Sea Europe call for action that we have developed over the past years, starting from late 2023. So if you look at the vision, if you look at the 2035 timeline, if you look at the ship types we have identified and even the 6-pillar structure, they are largely copy-pasted from the Sea Europe documentation. So we consider ourselves a bit like the co-architects. The question is, will this strategy be sufficient? I think there we have to be realistic, and I think the answer is no. And the reason is very simple. The strategy is a strategy. It's not a legislation. So that means that it is not binding neither on stakeholders like us, nor on the member states. What it does is it sets out a vision, it describes a roadmap, it sets a number of targets, and very importantly, and I think that's a very promising element, it connects our sector to existing and future political and legal instruments, which very often were unknown or a bit obscure. If I may take one example, if you look at the strategy, it encourages member states to make better use of the money from the EU ETS system, the money coming or the revenues coming from shipping, to use them more for maritime investments. That's an encouragement. Member states can do, or they can decide not to do it. If you really want to make the change there, in fact, you need to change the existing EU ETS legislation, which is up for revision. Only then, you will have a political or, let's say, an obligation that will make the difference. Is there something missing? Well, only time will tell. I think at the moment, the most important thing is that we, both the member states, via national support, via national strategies, like in the case of Finland, and we as industry, via the business cases that we have been invited to develop, that we do that. So the proper implementation is what counts now, and then only time will tell to identify what is missing. Now, what are the 3 most important things to implement as a matter of priority? I would say business cases, and business cases. Why? Because we now have a set of actions, more than 70 actions that are listed. We have a vision. It's now up to us as a sector to kind of take the ownership and also do the work to develop business opportunities that we see and that so far have prevented us from, let's say, elaborating them. So we may have all kind of innovative ideas, but facing regulatory barriers, financial obstacles, all kind of obstacles. The idea of developing business cases is precisely that as a company and as its value chain, you identify what you have in mind, what you want to realize, you identify what is preventing you from it, and then the whole idea is that both the European Commission and where necessary, the member states help you as a company and your value chain to basically develop your innovative idea. That's in a nutshell my answer to your question.
Yes, yeah, you answered my question very well indeed. Thank you. Sirpa Pietikäinen, how would you comment on this? Can you highlight one issue that is particularly important from a European perspective?
I would call it joint EU politics and better investment. What we heard from the Commission is quite right as part of the strategy, and then from the See Europe. But actually, what is lacking is the possibility to scale up. What scale up means is the internal market also in the sea and shipment area. And how to create the common markets, how to share the innovation so that they are profitable. And then the finance was mentioned here in the investments, and we can't have all the public money, what we need, but we could boost up with the ETS funding for the transformation. We can use the digital EU funds for the autonomous shipping where we need the funds. We have the Connect EU, we have the Innovation Fund, Invest EU, Horizon, the Defence Fund, because this is a crucial part of the defence security and strategic autonomy at all, and various other elements what we could use. We've been always thinking and seeing mostly the land areas EU and internal markets. 80% of our goods are transported via seas, and so this should be balanced, and we should sort of raise up the technologies, AI, and the environmental needs that is after this El Niño and all that, you know, coming more and more urgent than here in Finland and in EU in general. We have a very good knowledge, but how to make it marketable because the investments are very high.
Yes, 80% is an impressive figure indeed. What about Finland, Anu Ahola and Mika Nieminen? If you could implement only one measure in the Finnish maritime industry strategy 2035, what would that be? What would have the greatest impact on the competitiveness of the Finnish maritime industry? Which measure and why?
Well, I know that the strategy is about making choices. I was hoping that I could choose a couple of battles and not only one. But if you ask for one, I would say productivity. And why productivity? We just in the earlier panel we heard about the great innovativeness of the whole cluster, but so far we have not been using that innovativeness in really creating effective value chain. We are not talking about productivity only on the yard, but you know the whole value chain. So for some reason, this kind of notion of optimized value chain or optimized supply chain is not yet in our DNA.
Interesting. Mika, please.
Well, for me, already that, I hope this is working. For me, it's already really achievement that we are here and we've been done the works for creating the strategy. Everybody remembers that the previous strategy didn't allow us existing, and I'm talking about the shipyards, and here we are, and this industrial segment has become the biggest in Finland today. So that is already an achievement, and I'm really happy that the strategy has been put together. But if we look at the wider perspective and what the world is doing, USA is having the big beautiful bill, and they opened their shipbuilding office at the White House. Then we have China, who is all the time stating that they will stay number one and eat the other countries alive in this segment.
Yeah.
And then we have South Korea, who is saying that, well, because we are not able to compete against China, then we go to specific segments. And guess what? These segments are the segments where we are operating today. So what can we do as a nation, and what could we do as a European Union to have this battle and have the right strategic, let's say, power against this, what is happening? And in my mind, inside of Finland, we should have let's call it even a production plan where all our needs are being consolidated together and created a strategic program with we could also develop the technologies further and get the strength for this industry. This is my answer, although I like so much this efficiency program part.
Let's continue with Anu and Mika. You raised these needs. Now, do you think the Finnish strategy will support Finnish maritime companies in growing, innovating, and winning more business in global markets, or will the European strategy contribute more to this?
Well, first of all, the European strategy and the Finnish strategies are very much aligned. I mean, the choices there are complex vessels, i.e. cruise ships, naval, special vessels, platforms, and on the other hand, advanced technologies like clean propulsion or green energy generation, AI, digitalization, automation, robotics. So the priorities are very much aligned. But having said that, the European one tends to be a bit more ambitious. And if not ambitious, at least more robust in terms of security or actions regarding security and actions regarding protection. And in addition to that, what you were already referring to, for example, the access to innovation, the access to financing, the access to investments. So there is this element of being more robust in European part. However, both of the strategies are having clear action plans. We in Finland 8 clear set of action plans, and I don't know how much Christoph you mentioned in terms of EU strategy, but you know it's dozens, tens, or if not hundreds action plans. So. Pretty much aligned, but some more ambition in the European one. So if we can implement all those, it is for sure that we remain competitive, we remain innovative, we will grow. In the Finnish strategy, there is one unpleasant restriction, and that is that we will implement if we have money. Which is kind of the current situation of the Finnish state. And if there is one thing I could change regarding the financing or the money topic, it is really the ETS funds. So that we could really target the maritime sector ETS funds to clean for environmental activities in the maritime sector. So can't order that because that's not the legislation, but this is my wish.
Thank you. Mika, do you wish to continue?
Yeah, a little bit going different path on this. My message is that here in Finland, we should start being selfish. We are not, protecting ourselves, and we are not looking after the best possible interest what we have here and we should have here. And this is not in conflict with the European strategy. And then when we look at the European strategy, it should give us, more shoulders against the big bad world, which is, eating up us, life here. And case examples like from my segment is that look at the icebreaker bidding in Sweden. Our government-owned company created the top-level technology for that bidding with the European Union Winmos money, and then the bidding ended in a way that the Korean company won it with the market low price. So where is the level playing field? Who is supporting us? Who is protecting us? And guess what? It's happening again. And it will happen several times. So we really need strong Europe to help us in the level playing field and with the FSR and that type of a thing. So these are supporting each other, but again, back to my starting point that the Finland strategy, when we start implementing it, we need to be selfish and look at our industry's interests.
Very good with different points of view. Christoph, Anu was referring to you. Do you wish to give a short commentary before we proceed?
Oh, there is a lot that I could say in response to what has just been said. So I will not limit myself to Anu. But first of all, Mika was referring to, let's say, Europe versus the rest of the world, the United States, Korea, China, and so on. One of the weaknesses of the European system, and of course you also see that with the strategy, is the fact that industrial policy remains largely a national competence. So what the EU, what the European Commission can do is, let's say, connect the dots, show us the way, support us, but it cannot do what the others, let's say, can do. Second thing, I think I understand when I hear the comment that you should be more, I would say, selfish. Without mentioning any names, but I know other colleagues in under the European umbrella tend to be better at that, if I may put it like that. At the same time, this also goes a bit against the European, let's say, spirit. So finding the right balance there is important. I think you can be very proud of what you have achieved so far, but I think there is one very important point. That is that the world is moving on. We are, let's say, bounded by the legal boundaries and the treaty boundaries that we have. We are also burdened by, let's say, public money. Public money is scarce. Many funds are not necessarily fully fit for our purposes, but I think we should also look beyond public money alone. And I think one very good thing that the strategy has done is it not only hints or, let's say, directs us in the direction of existing and forthcoming EU public systems. They just need to be used properly. I think the Swedish icebreaker case is an example where public money can certainly or could certainly have been used better. But I think unlocking a commercial finance is really key as well. And there, I think the strategy is a bit indicating to the possibility of guarantees in order to unlock more commercial finance. And I think that's important too.
Thank you very much for the commentary. Now, Sirpa Pietikäinen, please, you wanted to perhaps continue a bit on this theme still.
Thank you. First, well, the guarantees were already mentioned here. This is something what we should look much more closer, that EIB could be giving a much better guarantees, and that should be sort of stated in the statutes. Then, Anu, you mentioned about the value chain, and I think that this is something very, very important that we lack to pay a notice in European level, and we tend to compete with each other. Of course, we want to beat the Swedes and so on. But we are also small if we look the scale with Koreans and not to talk about Chinese, for example. So how we can build the pan-European value chain, and instead of competing so much with each other, trying to join our forces, a bit like, you know, Airbus, we wouldn't be beating the Boeing by any ways if we wouldn't have had the joint action there. And then to make the very sort of the needle on the blister, it is the political climate. And we should be doing more together in Europe. And what is the political climate in Europe and in our member states telling? No Europe, no more competencies, no integration. Let the Italians, Greeks and Finns and whoever take care of their own business. And we are also small that we can't sort of survive without sort of seeing that, realizing that we as a Europe are very small compared with the Asian actors. And the last point, what I would like to know, why can't we learn more about the shipbuilding? It is a huge project competence. And if we could sort of apply this project competence thinking in some other industries, I think that we could be actually better off and sort of making new innovations. Would like to hear your comments on it.
Yes. If I hear you right, you are after more cooperation and learning from both each other and different industries.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the whole value chain as strategic autonomy, because otherwise, as we heard here, we are going to lose it bit by bit, and the public procurement actually is at least part of the solution as not only by European but by strategic European that is important for our strategic autonomy and for the Green Deal.
Yeah. Yes, good. If we stick to the chains, this is mainly to Anu Ahola perhaps at this stage. The EU strategy emphasizes strengthening European maritime value chains. Do you think that Finland should focus on building stronger domestic value chains, or should Finnish companies primarily aim to be globally competitive specialists within European and international value chains? How do you see this?
Well, first of all, I think that my number one choice was the productivity in the value chain, and that of course applies both to Finland and to Europe. And very concretely for us, I mean, for Meyer Turku, our supplies are coming 70% from Finland. And of course, then we would first focus on on streamlining the supply chain in Finland. But actually, that would also serve the whole European value chain and partly also global value chain, because the value chain in Finland won't be strong unless those companies who are providing the advanced technologies in that value chain, unless they are globally competitive. So it's not either or. It's both that is kind of then supporting each other, domestic value chain and then globally competitive specialist in advanced technologies.
Yes, in clear interaction.
Yeah.
Yes. Could we then also have a short commentary from Mika Nieminen? How important do you see value chains from the national security point of view?
Well, this is, in my mind, almost like a hot topic when we look at the global situation and how important maritime is for Finland. 96-97% import-export are being transported, and we have our own bottleneck here, which is the Baltic Sea. So we are really dependent on this. And first of all, we should try to guarantee in the supply chain the service capabilities and capabilities to continue transporting in all possible conditions, for sure. And you know, once the real crisis situation, hopefully it never does, but start happening, then it will be really measured what do you have. And can you at that point, for example, trust commercial services and capabilities or foreign investors? We need to have something in our own hands, and then when we go to the let's say more traditional value chain or supply chain examples where some materials might disappear. There are already examples when China said that, well, we don't give you magnets, and then USA is saying that I don't take Chinese magnets, and suddenly you don't have magnets for motors, or we are using in our Corvettes GE turbines, and suddenly when everybody are ordering new vessels, and especially the US Navy, then suddenly we didn't have these turbines available. So actually the luxury, which is called availability, can disappear just like that. So this is very, very important topic for us to be planned.
Yeah. Still, especially Mika Nieminen, I would like to continue with you in asking your opinion about this changing security environment that you described and the situations it may lead to. Could it also create a new growth market for the Finnish maritime industry? And is there support for this in the strategies?
Yes, there is, and this is clear that it is everywhere, like we saw yesterday from the news and today from the news that already there is an interest for the products which we are producing Finland and at Rauma, and everybody need to somehow rebuild their capability for the crisis situations, and the big countries are after these capabilities and capacities. And then the prime example is that at the icebreakers in other countries, they are part of the Coast Guard or Navy fleet, and so now when we are delivering these products, for example, the USA, it is in the core of this segment of the strategy. And the most important thing which we put a lot of pressure on when we were talking about the strategy is that this type of commercial actions cannot happen between companies, or I cannot go and say the US Navy that would you like to buy a Corvette from me? I need governmental help there, and we need to have this G2G element and ruling for it, and this is where the strategy kicks in.
Yeah. Yes. You mentioned the strategically important vessels. Now to Christophe Titrat. What do you think about the importance of Europe maintaining its production capability for these vessels, even if it might be more expensive than buying them elsewhere?
Well, I think maintaining them is, I think, the lowest element. We should not just maintain them, we should even reinforce them and even extend them. And the reason is very simple. What we have seen over the past 20 to 25 years is that because Europe, both European Commission but also the member states, treated our sector, specifically shipyards, as an ordinary economic sector and not as a strategic asset, we have lost a lot of industrial capacity. We have lost a lot of markets to Asia, which, by the way, has never made that type of choice, pure economic choice. They always, and they continue to be strategic. And on top of losing a lot of markets and capacity, we have become too dependent on Asia, and we are relying ourselves on few, be it very high value niche markets. Now, that's on the one hand a good thing. I think the United States is in a far worse condition compared to Europe when it comes to shipyards and shipbuilding. But we have also seen with COVID that it takes just something in order to also affect what you still have. And we know what COVID did to some of the complex ship types that we are building in Europe. So we need to reduce our dependence on Asia, but also we have to, I think, extend the scope of our portfolio in going beyond what we build today. And for that, production capacity is necessary. And I think even more today than before, considering the crazy world we are living in, we have to become again much more selfish, self-reliant, because Mika has mentioned it with magnets and all that. If we are dependent on others, we are vulnerable, and that vulnerability can really hurt us tremendously. So I think that really requires a paradigm shift from a pure economic stance to a more strategic stance. And in that respect, I think price alone should no longer be the main consideration.
Yes. Sirpa Pietikäinen, I saw you nodding actively. Do you have a comment on this or about Europe considering maritime industry in relation to European security, perhaps?
Well, it goes all over the place, starting from medicine, starting from food, energy, and basically everyday livelihoods. So if we do not have that kind of a strategic autonomy in ships and maritime traffic, we'll be lost, basically. And then some of the countries are more dependent and less, but they are also dependent if you go to more to Central or Eastern Europe. Not to talk about the Baltic countries, Nordic countries, talk about Mediterranean countries. So we have sort of undermined this security issue there. And that is the big question, because of course you can always ask member states and encourage member states to put more resources. But with this very scarce budget, what is really going to happen? And then the question is that we should have better European code of conduct, and this means because we have the preparedness union, it should be the public procurement, then it should be part of the resilience planning. We have the big resilience planning coming on the different areas of the EU, and it should actually come, there's hardly a notion when we have this former capital markets union, nowadays it is savings and investment union. This is how do you get the private investments that was mentioned already to get interested, because you can't do everything and only with the public funds. They can sort of to be the igniting factors in the bonfire, but then the wood, the fuel has to come from private investors, and it needs to be competitive, it needs to be lucrative, and once again said, it needs to entail the whole value chain. And then when it comes to the 7th or 10th part, that is the work and economic growth, and we do not see and calculate it as much as we should nowadays.
Yes. Good. We have so far touched financing and productivity and everything, also the pan-European point of view. I have a final question for all of you. I would like all of you to comprise in 2 sentences a headline statement that summarizes your thoughts on this theme. If we start with Mika, who was the last one on the first round.
Well, this is easy based on the discussion. There's been a really good works in the Sea Europe and in Finland now, so we have foundation for taking these issues forward in this segment. So I would say it is the selfish implementation of these strategies that is important.
Yes, Anu, please.
From a bit different angle, I would say that this unpleasant new world order forces everybody to renew the maritime strategies, not only Europe, but everybody. But Europe can remain competitive if we choose our battles, and especially if we are ready to protect.
Thank you. We'll continue with Sirpa, please.
Well, in more general level, because I'm not an expert like you two are in this area, it is educate, research, and innovate. We are still in the lead in various fields. We have to be there. and then continue with investments. And well, anyway, we like it or not, the climate change, the digitalization, the competitiveness is ahead of us. We need to be on the forefront of runners, because the others coming later are much stronger bolts, and then they will catch us if we are not sort of in well advanced starting the run.
Mm-hmm. Good. Then Christoph would like to hear your headline statement as well, please.
Well, I will try to do it short. My headline statement would be: act now, take the benefit of the strategies, build strong business cases, and above all, and not to be forgotten, secure the political support from your government. Because at the end of the day, we are all in the same boat, and we have to do this together. We have to do this together, otherwise we will be eaten up.
Yes. You all managed to keep it surprisingly short, so congratulations and thank you. It's now time to introduce Jyrki Alkio, who is Ministerial Advisor at the Finnish Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. He plays a key role in the Finnish Industrial Maritime Strategy, being the chairman of the steering group of the strategy. And Jyrki will be with us on the stage to give us comments and conclusions. Please.
Thank you, Anna. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this very timely discussion, and thank you to the panel for excellent perspectives. Anu and Mika, you were participating and actively contributed to our national strategy, so it was also very interesting to hear your comments on the outcome. But listening to the discussions today, also the previous one, I think one thing becomes very clear: the maritime industry is entering a genuinely new era right now. And this is not because of one single technological change. We are seeing several major transformations at the same time: the green transition, digitalization and electrification, increasingly intensive global industry competition, and perhaps most importantly, a fundamentally changed geopolitical and security environment, as you all mentioned. 10 years ago, the discussion about European manufacturing was mainly about competitiveness. How can European companies compete with lower cost production elsewhere? Today, the question is broader. We also have to ask, which industrial capabilities does Europe need to maintain in order to remain economically resilient, strategically autonomous and secure? And I think shipbuilding is a very good example in this. For decades, much of global shipbuilding has moved to Asia, while Europe has remained strong in selected high-value segments and maritime technologies. But this position cannot be taken for granted. Competition is increasing, not only between companies, but between industrial ecosystems, combining technology, skills, financing, public demand, and political support. This is why European industrial policy is also changing. The Commission's recent Industrial Accelerator Act, a proposal introducing stronger European and low-carbon criteria into public procurement and public support. And the EU Maritime Strategy links competitiveness and technological leadership with industrial capacity, resilience, security, and dual-use capabilities. And that is an important shift. Europe has understood that industrial capacity can itself be a strategic capability. And we need this capacity, for example, when we are building strategic vessels. For genuinely critical capabilities, the lowest purchase price cannot be the only criteria. Security of supply and the ability to build, maintain and repair vessels in a crisis also have a value. But strategic autonomy must not become an excuse for inefficiency. The best way to preserve industrial capacity is to make it competitive, innovative, and export-oriented. We have been and it is extremely important that we in the future also will remain a key player in the high-end segment of cruise ships, what Turku is doing right now. But in addition to that, the changing security environment is a huge growth opportunity for Finland. Our expertise in ice capability, capable vessels, government ships, and advanced maritime technologies is increasingly relevant both commercially and for European and allied security. Finally, I would underline one point. We now have an EU maritime strategy while we are finalizing our national strategy. But a strategy document is not the end of the process, it's the beginning. The real test is implementation, whether strategies lead to investments, innovations, skills, new industrial capacity, and ultimately new orders for European companies. We can do these strategies together, but then the question is that do the decision makers take our proposals seriously and really commit to them and also allocate the required funding? So if I had to formulate one message to European and Finnish decision makers, it would be this. Do not wait until strategic industrial capabilities have disappeared before deciding that Europe needs them. Europe does not need to build every ship, but Europe must retain the ability to build the ships and technologies. If we combine Finland's technological strengths with a stronger and more determined European industrial policy, the changed geopolitical environment is not only a challenge for our maritime industry. As Mika already said, it also can become one of the greatest opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jyrki, for concluding the discussion. Thank you all speakers. Thank you for not just agreeing nicely on everything, but bringing up different angles. And thank you, the audience as well, for an enlightening discussion in this room. Have a continued interesting Europe Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion and for the commentary. Näin olemme saaneet päätökseen torstain ohjelman täällä Turun kaupunginteatterin päänäyttämöllä. Suuri kiitos kaikille päivän puhujille, moderaattoreille ja yleisölle niin täällä salissa kuin myös striimin äärellä. Olette lämpimästi tervetulleita osallistumaan Eurooppa-foorumin ohjelmaan myös huomenna perjantaina. Ja Eurooppa-foorumin 3. päivän ohjelma polkaistaan käyntiin täällä päänäyttämöllä aamu 9:00, kun lavalle nousee Eurooppa-foorumin perinteinen MEPPI-paneeli. Kiitos tästä päivästä ja mukavaa illanjatkoa.